Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you to our Monday, December 20th, 2021 Board of Commissioners meeting. I'm going to call the meeting to order. And at 5 o'clock, we had a work session regarding the wastewater plant. And our first item is our invocation and our Pledge of Allegiance. And we have no one signed up. And I was going to ask Commissioner Selena Jarvis if she would lead us in that this evening.
Yes. Let's bow our heads. Dear Lord, thank you so much for this opportunity to come together and conduct the business of this county. We ask that you be with each of us tonight, that you guide our wisdom in making decisions, that you put in the forefront of our mind the best for all our citizens and what's the best to give you the glory. We ask that you be with us during this holiday season. We ask that you bless us as we go to and from our place here of business and go to our homes tonight. Help us travel safely. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Jarvis. The next item is the approval of the agenda. Do we have any changes, or can I get a motion for approval?
Mr. Chairman, I was going to make a motion to amend something, but I'm going to just address it in my commissioner's comment.
Okay.
So move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second it.
And with motion approval, second by Commissioner Court. Any other discussions? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Thank you. The next item is our public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to come before us and discuss any item. We welcome anyone to come and discuss anything that they have, and we will listen intently. This is a time that you will have 3 minutes, and you'll be when you start, you'll see a green light up there come on, and when you're getting 30 minutes left, you'll see a yellow light, and please try to wrap up your thoughts. And then when your time is up, you'll see the red light come on, and please at that time just finish up your statement if you would. And I've only got one person at the moment signed up. If you would come forward and state your name and address for the record. The first person I have is Suzanne Powers.
Hello, my name is Susan Powers, and my address is 251 Greenview Road. And if you don't know, that's in Eagle Creek. And the reason I'm here tonight is I'm basically kind of confused. It was my understanding at one point that the Moyock water treatment plant was going to be replaced. And then I saw the article about you selling the plant. And the reason I'm here tonight is because, as you know, Eagle Creek has been told repeatedly that the Currituck County Commissioners can do nothing to help us because it's a public entity. Yet, you seem to not learn your lesson and are considering selling it to a public entity and walking away from it in your responsibility. And to me, quite frankly, that's a slap in the face of Eagle Creek residents. And I just wanted to let you know that it's just shocking to me, basically, that you would even consider selling it to a public entity and being right back in the same spot you are now with Eagle Creek. I know one of the considerations was the fact that the Moyock water treatment plant and lease service is a small part of the community, yet the entire county would pay for it. Well, you can make that argument basically for any service you provide. You can't say, well, I don't have any kids in school, so why should my taxes go pay for schools? I've never called a firefighter or an EMT, why should my taxes go pay for the firefighters or EMT? We all get lumped together. Sometimes we get benefit from our taxes, sometimes we don't. So I just don't think that's a valid reason to not pursue doing what. And also, too, I found that you have already requested bids for engineering services for the Wastewater treatment plant replacement. So it's my understanding, I don't know what's changed since this was posted, that you're now considering selling it, not doing it yourselves. So, anyone?
What can we see that?
Yeah, and I just printed this off this afternoon.
Thank you, ma'am.
And also, I was in a rush this morning, was running late. And also, I don't know if you've seen this, but I do have a spreadsheet of the days that Eagle Creek has been without sewer, and it's almost up to 100 days now, since August of 2020. So I just wanted to let you know how well that public service is going for us.
If there's anything you wanted to get to the commissioners, you could get it to Samantha, and she can make sure that we all
Okay.
get a copy of it.
Like I said, I was running late, left my bag at home.
I think this is, well, when her time's up, I'll
Yeah,
say
that's
something.
fine.
Anybody else? All right, thank you.
Thank you
Ma'am,
very much.
once they, on this, I remember when this came out, like, this was like towards the beginning of the year, because it says as far as to get everything was February of 2021. I think this is,
It's
it's for the new plant design, which this is us, actually.
Right, so, I mean, but you're talking about selling the plant, so
Yes.
there are two separate
Yes,
plants?
there is. There are two separate different ones.
What plant is that one?
You know,
This is
New one.
yeah, we're talking about a new one being built.
a new one being built.
Not the renovations.
Oh, that says replacement.
It does say replacement over there, the one thing, but it's,
It is. But there's two. Anyways, there's two different items going. There's a building a new plant, and there's the renovating the
Right,
existing plant. So
okay.
okay.
do you want
thank
this
you.
back?
No, you can have it.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you, Ms. Power. We have no one else signed up. If there's anyone who wishes to come up that didn't have a chance to sign up, come forward. Please state your name and address for the record.
Richard Shoreway, 584 Ocean Trail, Corolla. Good evening, everyone. I dropped you off of letters on the desk there. That came from the State Office of Fire Marshals. We filled out a grant application in Corolla, and it's a matching grant. We received the grant for $25,000. The CFR Foundation's going to match the other 25, and we're going to be replacing our rehab truck with that. And it was great. This is the first time in 32 years that Corolla received any money from the state. I just wanted to let you know, and I'd like to publicly thank my division chief, Sean Wilson, for his work in putting in the grant. Thank you.
If you included a photo of the old rehab truck, I'm sure that would have.
I just told them the year, and they had no problem. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for the information. Okay, anyone else who did not sign up would like to speak a public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment portion of this. And the next item is going to be our commissioner's report. And I will start on my left this evening, if that's okay, with Commissioner Jarvis.
On Wednesday, December 15th, County Manager McCree and I had the pleasure of presenting at the Outer Banks Chamber of Commerce Leadership Day for their local government session. And it was nice to get back to my teaching roots, at least for a few minutes in that bit of time. And Ike did a great job of talking about our county structure, about the issues facing the county and initiatives that we've undertaken. And I really sat there and thought the whole time about how we really need to get our Citizens Academy back on track. I think that this is a way to engage our citizens, to bring understanding to our citizens, and this type of engagement would improve our volunteer rate. It would get people hopefully involved in serving on boards, advisory boards, and it would, I think, lead to our voters making better decisions and informed decisions about and understanding our decisions that we make up here. And so I'm challenging our staff to get that back on track. If Dare County can put it on in 2021, we certainly can get that done in 2022. So I look forward to that happening in our county. And finally, I would like to say Merry Christmas to everyone. I hope that you find the joy, the peace, the love, and the hope that this season that we celebrate Christ's birth, I hope that settles upon you and that you enjoy your holidays. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jarvis. Commissioner Etheridge.
Thank you. Also, Merry Christmas. On Friday, I attended the Currituck Senior Citizen Christmas Luncheon, and it was nice to see everyone enjoying fellowship and a great meal together. So I'd like to give a big thank you for the wonderful job that Stacy Joseph and her staff does to make sure all the seniors in Currituck County have a good time. I also serve on the ABC board, and on Friday morning I attended our local board meeting, and we had a presentation of our yearly independent audit for the year ending June the 30th, 2021. In spite of the pandemic, net sales increased by 29.65%, with mixed beverages increasing by 42% and retail liquor increasing by 28%. So what does this mean to Currituck County? It means that we had a distribution of funds of over $1 million to our county. And a portion of these funds are used for alcohol education and law enforcement. And Currituck also sent to the state of North Carolina $1.8 million in sales revenue taxes. I don't think people think about the ABC stores as being a revenue source for the county, but it does. It brings in a great deal of money for our citizens. The audit concluded that our books looked great, all liquor taxes were perfect, and there were no questions on sale reconciliation. So I'd like to give a thank you to the management staff, the store clerks, and everyone who has worked in a very difficult situation during the pandemic. It's not easy dealing with shortages, and there was a big shortage of alcohol being delivered because of truck delays, sickness, and they also had to put up with customers who sometimes weren't happy when they couldn't get their favorite liquor. So I would like to give them a great big shout out and tell them a job well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Etheridge. Commissioner White.
Thank you, sir. Well, I guess the underlying message is drink up. Just do it
Be merry.
responsibly and stay at home. Otherwise, Kevin's going to get you out on the road. I'm going to be a little bit long-winded tonight, maybe. I was reading through my newsletter that we send out quarterly, and thought I'd take a minute to talk about why tourism is a good thing, similar to your line of thinking tonight. We all know traffic's a huge mess here in this county, especially on the weekends. You can't move. You may be stuck in your house on Saturday or Sunday, and it's a price we pay for having a tourist-driven economy. But it brings in a ton of money, and the cost savings is over $1,000 per resident, and taxes because of the money generated from tourism. And that tourism drives the home sales on the beach, which in turn, helps us out on our real estate taxes, drives sales tax. And a lot of people think, we get all the sales tax revenue, but we really don't. A good portion of our sales tax actually goes to the state. Only a small portion of it is returned to this county. So the tourist spending in this county is critical to us when we only get a small percentage of that money back to us to actually use here in our county. And along those same lines, our tourism department director, Tamara Kugler, was recently selected as the VP of the North Carolina Travel Industry Association. I will not try and say that 3 times. And under her leadership, our tourism team has racked up quite a few awards. We'll see her coming here occasionally and talk about the awards that they've done. And I've had the pleasure of attending one of those award ceremonies where we won some stuff for our sidewalks, especially our handicap access on the beach. And she would always say it's not her, it's the people under her, and I think any good leader would acknowledge that it is the people under them that makes them successful. And so I just want to say congratulations to her and receiving the recognition for her hard work here that she has done in this county and having that recognized on a state level, and the people under her that make her shine as they do. So if you haven't read the Focus on Currituck, please take the time to read it. We put a lot of effort into that, a lot of great information in there, and if you haven't received your copy, it goes out to every resident in the county and to a property owner. Just reach out to us and we'll see about getting that to you. It is a great resource. We also do a monthly newsletter. That is an e-newsletter online. You can sign up to receive that as well and get a little more up-to-date information than the quarterly publication we put out with the focus on Currituck. One of the subjects we talk about a lot, obviously, and it's on the agenda tonight, is development. And recently you see on Facebook, because everybody goes on Facebook, that we need this here, this business here, or that business here, whether it's a new grocery store in Moyock or a pharmacy in Moyock, or somewhere else in the county. And the county should do something about that. And so I thought I'd take a moment to address that. We don't actually do anything. Those are all private businesses that do that. And they come to an area based on rooftops. How many people are in the area? What's medium income? There's a whole bunch of reasons why a business would choose to locate in a particular locality. And so as we go through development, one of the problems is you have to develop to get those businesses here. And one of the things we face is we don't have that here, so we leave our county. And we go out of the county to buy things. And in turn, we don't get sales tax revenue generated back to us because we leave to go to Virginia or maybe over to Elizabeth City. Or if you live on the south end of the county, maybe you go to Dare County to Walmart or some other store down there. So there is some good that comes from development. And I think it's important to keep that in mind as we look at these projects coming in. There is an avenue of responsible development, and we're reaching that critical mass now. And we talked about wastewater this evening in our work session. That is a key part of it as well. And so timelines are obviously important to us as we were looking at the P3 or private partnership. It's taking us out a long time to build a new plant for Moyock Wastewater. And that will hamper development greatly, especially corporate business from coming here. They need sewage. If you want another fast food joint, then you're going to need sewage for that. You can't do it on septic. Better restaurants to dine in. Again, you need sewage. So that is one of the reasons we have talked about what to do with the Moyock Wastewater plant. It's a big deal. It's a big step. It's a lot of money that we're going to have to put out that could be used to other projects in the county, like schools or any other number of things within this county. So it requires a lot of discussion. We have originally looked at building our own plant and discovered very quickly that we needed to triple the capacity from what we were originally talking about, and that is a huge number. And so it spurred further conversation. Do we sell this plant and let a private entity come in and handle it? Or do we enter into some kind of partnership? And so that is why we're having these discussions. And not always is government the best answer to fix things. Sometimes private entity is the way to go. In the case of Eagle Creek, their experience has been very terrible, as you stated tonight, and proves that it's not always the answer. So we're being very diligent and taking our time with this decision. And so I just, I'm glad that we were taking the time to discuss this at our retreat and really look at what our options are to do the best possible thing that we can for the citizens of this county. Other than that, I think that's it. I want to wish everyone Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year's. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner White. I'll just to piggyback a little bit. Yes, I in my business, I'm always talking to citizens. They're asking me, why doesn't the county bring in a grocery store? Why doesn't the county get... Well, it's not the county. We'd welcome many businesses in here, but when you have someone who's going to invest a lot of money into a store and they need a certain amount of foot traffic daily, if it's not there, they're not gonna come. On a positive side, the lower end of the county, we do have some businesses that are coming into the lower end of the county, which is great news to see some economic growth down there. That's going to help the lower end of the county. Hopefully bring in some jobs. We've got the distillery getting ready to open up soon down there, and expansion of the Weeping. Yeah, well, yes, and then the Weeping Radish is getting ready to expand. So we're getting some economic growth in the south end, which is good news for the south end of the county there. The fire departments, we had a representative up here. I do want to just extend the thanks for all the fire departments for carrying Santa Claus around this season. A lot of good feedback from the communities. Lower Currituck had a nice event where they brought in businesses. around the area to come in and do a breakfast with Santa and meet some of your businesses, and that was very successful. So be involved with your fire departments. The volunteers are very important to this county. They need your support, help, anything you can do to lend a hand. They'd appreciate it. So thank them, law enforcement, your first responders. It's still been an active year with response going out. And on that, I just want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, and I want to wish these board members a Merry Christmas as well. It's been a good year. Look forward to next year. Looking forward to sitting out at a retreat and getting some other things discussed. So with that, I'll pass on to our Vice Chairman, Mr. Beaumont.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, on any kind of personal note, but it brings it all home. So I heard from youngest son on Saturday, who was allowed his phone call. He is presently in boot camp, but he kind of typifies most deployed service members at this time of year. So he successfully missed his birthday. He missed Thanksgiving. He missed Veterans Day. He's going to miss Christmas, and he's going to miss New Year's. And that's part of the gig, right? That's what you get with an all-volunteer service. You know, he chose it, and, you know, if you think about it, keep him in your prayers. Not, I mean, my son absolutely, but all of our service members that are deployed or are called up on duty, because you know what? This is the time of year where everyone thinks back, or most folks look back with fond memories being at home. Others are really grateful that they're wherever they're at. But regardless, you know, please keep our service personnel in your prayers for their safety and their mental well-being, if you will. Saturday, I had the very pleasurable opportunity to attend the Corolla Volunteer Awards dinner in Corolla. And what an amazing show of dedicated personnel. Both the professionals were there as well as the volunteers. And it's probably one of the nicer venues and the nicer events that I've had the opportunity to attend. But you know, so kudos to Corolla and that event. And of course, they were, I don't know if they knew I was coming, but they were grateful enough, or they were they showed Navy beat Army. Not that that's important. So Navy had a winning season, yes, which is always important. I serve as the chairman representative to the ARPO, and for those that aren't aware, on December 13th, NCDOT received notification by the U.S. District Court for Eastern District of North Carolina in favor of NCDOT and the Federal Highway Administration for the Mid-County Bridge. So do we have an answer on that? Those funds were separate. So,
I think Mike reported last time that they had pulled the funding to go to other projects.
The email we got, but then I talked to Commissioner Hainig, and Hainig said the money was never pulled.
Yeah, so the money's still there. So
and they're moving forward.
So anyway,
so
right? I know.
So only 30 years we'll have it. Another 30 years we'll have it done.
Another Polar Express, and we'll be fine. So anyway, there's the good news is we're past that hurdle. Oof. And as DOT is looking at what our next steps aggressively to evaluate their schedule and move forward. So with that decision, they were originally talking about pulling permits October of this year. So they're pretty close to that original timeline. So I guess we'll wait and see. Second thing is I had the pleasure of attending Crawford's Breakfast with Santa. Oh my gosh. Took young granddaughter, went to go have breakfast with Santa. That was a bad idea. I cannot tell you the community support. It was out the door, down around the building, down the side, and I had to explain to my granddaughter that we may not be able to have breakfast with Santa today. Anyway, we were persistent and succeeded, but what another amazing event. And again, kind of doubling down on what Commissioner Payman said. Our volunteers do a lot, and as everyone heard the fire trucks go by, that's like 4 nights in a row of, driving all of the back roads of Currituck County so that little kids can see Santa Claus. And so with that, I, too, wish our board Merry Christmas. I hope everybody has a blessed holiday season. And to the residents of Currituck County, have a Merry Christmas as well. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaumont. Commissioner McCord.
All right, mine's going to be a little winded too. I'll try to be quick. As I spoke up when we talked about the agenda, I met with our finance director this afternoon briefly, and something we're going to attempt to put on the agenda for a cost of living raise for the employees for the Currituck County. Cost of everything went up. Try going to the local Currituck Walmart / AKA Dollar General and get a gallon of milk. Everything's higher. Gas is higher. Milk's higher. We have a lot of county employees that have worked here, and they do a tremendous job. I have vast amounts of respect for them. We've been short-staffed all of 2020, 2021. I think we have over 50 openings. If you go look on that board, I counted them earlier. So that's something that we're going to put on the agenda and discuss and talk about that on January 3rd for a cost of living to hopefully go into effect in January sometimes if we can agree and figure it out and find it in this and so forth. So I just wanted to touch on that first. Second off, I have a bunch of things regarding to first responders, as everybody else has made the comments as well. The fire departments at Crawford, the South End, the Lower Currituck, and Moyock, they do an awesome job with driving around for Santa. I tell you what, don't miss a small side road because you might get roasted on the Moyock page on social media. But those guys, I mean, they're out there every night, and we heard them earlier. Kudos to them. They've done so much. The Sheriff's Department, we actually participated in a Santa run last night with Lower Currituck and Kitty Hawk as well, where they had, I want to say it was 75, in the 70s of families between Kitty Hawk and Currituck. Currituck FOP, the ones that put on the parade as well as with the Extension Center. We shop for 64 kids because of COVID. We used to always do Shop with a Cop. Super fun event to have like a little kid who they really appreciate and respect. You know, they're used to not getting a lot of stuff, and we would go and shop with them. The amount of our officers that just sign up, you're not getting paid for it. It's volunteer. You know what I'm saying? So you have to put your uniform on, put the kid in the car, take him to Walmart. But due to COVID, like I said, that kind of changed. But we managed to shop for 64 kids. Our FOP, those guys, and we actually had this year. We had volunteers. If you look at on social media, some of the pictures, some teachers. I know Jeffrey Dover is a teacher from the high school. He participated. We had a bunch of non-law enforcement participate and shop. You know, I mean, shop for kids, not your kid you don't know, and you get sizes, you get stuff, and it's not easy. But good job to that. The Operation Santa through DSS was a success. I know local businesses donated lots of money to it. It was awesome. They not only just some seniors in need as well as local families. I'm not sure the exact numbers on those, but I know it's huge. Touching on the ABC stores, the money that we generate from it is a lot, and that's awesome this year from the Sheriff's Department. With us and Highway Patrol, we assist with the driver's ed programs at the schools. And you better be sharp if you're one of the guys that goes there, because those kids will look in that book and they make you look dumb if you're not, versed on every rule. But we do a lot of stuff with that, and with some of the monies, met with our finance director again today about that. But they, far as we were able to get a street legal golf cart. We got some other stuff with that too, where we do education with the drunken drug goggle glasses, where some stuff we'll do some of that. It's really good, and that's what that money's for educational purposes. Speaking of impaired driving, the Booze It or Lose It campaign just kicked off. I believe it was Monday. This year alone, already in 2021, we've already written probably, it's not cheap neither, over 200 people have received a DWI, and that's a scary number. I mean, that's almost, one a day. We've been 300 some days. So if you want to drink, get an Uber, call somebody, get a ride, because a DWI is going to cost you $10,000 if you don't hurt somebody easily. But like I said, that just started. If you want to drink alcohol, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Just be responsible, especially during the holiday seasons. And the other thing during the holiday season, be kind. I mean, with like Thanksgiving time, like Commissioner Beaumont said, you have family members that are in the military or they don't have a loved one at the house that, so you don't know what somebody's going through. So, it's not hard to be nice to somebody. Even if you don't like them, you can be nice to them. I'd like to wish the county staff Merry Christmas. Our county Christmas luncheons Wednesday. It's COVID proof. I think it's going to be like super fast. It's not going to be like a drive-through, but it's going to be eating quick, and then you get to go home. County offices will be closed Wednesday afternoon. County manager / attorney, it's 2 o'clock. They close at 2 or 1.
Well, it'll actually be noon when the lunch starts.
Okay, so it closes Wednesday at 12. So like I said, if you have plans, you want to go to the tax office, pay your tax bill, you're not going to get in. So, and they reopen back on Tuesday. So, it's on the county website and all that stuff. Like I said, support your first responders, your EMS, the volunteer fire department. I mean, I'm a cop, and I kudos to them. They're all over it. They've done a lot of good stuff in the county. The Operation Santa is awesome. I don't care if you're 5 or you're 55. Everybody likes to see Santa ride by, and hopefully everybody's on the nice list and not the naughty list. But Merry Christmas, and Merry Christmas to staff and everybody. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Commissioner McCord and Commissioner Etheridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like Commissioner Jarvis, I want to see the Citizens Academy come to fruition. I've pushed for that for years because so many people move into Currituck County, and North Carolina is a Dillon rule state compared to other counties, other states being home rule, and people are under the impression that county government can do about anything they want to do. But in actuality, we're just an agency of the state of North Carolina, and we can only do what the state of North Carolina tells us we can do. Like everybody else, I certainly appreciate the fire departments for the Santa ride-alongs. The little kid in me still exists every time he comes by the house this time of year. And when I have my grandkids with me, you see the joy in their eyes and the excitement in their voices. It makes it worthwhile to be a member of the Currituck community. If you know somebody, a shut-in or an elderly person, maybe that's family's not here, give them a call over the holidays. I know communications, when they have the opportunity, they have a number of people they call every night just to check on them, to see how they're doing. And you would just be surprised how appreciative those individuals are that gets that friendly phone call asking how they're doing and whatnot. To county staff, I hope that each and every one has a Merry Christmas, a safe Christmas. To my fellow commissioners, I wish each of you a Merry Christmas. And to you in the audience and those watching TV and every citizen in Currituck, Merry Christmas and have a safe one. And remember the reason for the season. It's love. It's love for our fellow man. And it's love for our Heavenly Father. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Etheridge. Next is our county manager, county attorney report.
Well, Commissioner Cord covered my points, so I'm left with at least a positive report this evening. You recall that in August, the county prevailed in an appeal, a decision by the North Carolina Court of Appeals in the 85 and Sunny LLC versus Currituck County matter. That's Hampton Lodge Campground. Following the Court of Appeals decision, the plaintiff sought discretionary review from the North Carolina Supreme Court. Today we received the order that the Supreme Court has denied their review of the Court of Appeals decision, and so after it being remanded back to the Superior Court, we will then proceed with whatever enforcement action might be necessary to cause compliance, and that will conclude that matter, at least this portion of it in the court. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, our next item is going to be public hearing. The first item under public hearing is going to be PB 2125 Flora Farms preliminary plat special use permit for 277 lots located in Moyock on the east and west side of Survey Road. Tax map 15, lot 85A, 85B, and 85C, Moyock Township. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, so anyone who's going to be speaking or wishes to speak on this matter, I'd ask that you come forward. We have some Bibles up front, and grab a Bible to get sworn in, please. If you could place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. We good or okay? Ooh, okay. Yeah, good party up there. All right. Do you solemnly swear the testimony that you bring tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, thank you, everyone. Okay. And before we get started, I just want to reiterate that this is a hearing that the Board of Commissioners will be hearing expert witnesses, testimony, fact. We cannot base our decisions on opinions or anyone who is not an expert witness, hearsay. So just keep that in mind when you're presenting your testimony this evening. With that, I believe Ms. Tammy Glabe will be presenting this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for the record, Santa is not only for the children and grandchildren, he is my favorite too. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. How's that? Is that a little bit better? Better. Thank you very much. Okay, so what we are looking at tonight is Flora Farms preliminary plat use permit. It is for 277 lots. Just to orient those who may not be aware, a context is, yes, you can see the mouse. A contextual map, zoomed out a little bit. You can see this complex right here is Moyock Elementary School. You'll see Eagle Creek, and then surrounding it to the rear, east and west, you will see ranch land. Zoomed in a little better there, you can see the middle school a little better there. This is the zoning, and you can see the conditional MXR zoning that the board did recently approve for the property. This is the land use plan classification, and the property is all zoned full service in that land use plan. And then we'll look at the Moyock small area plan classification, and it is split zoned full service and limited service in the Moyock small area plan. This is a little blurry, but I wanted to give you just a bird's eye view of what the development looks like. Some of the features include a dog park. You'll see in this area, you will see a clubhouse and pool area. In the back, there's some wetlands, and they're proposing a picnic area and like a nature overwalk area for that wetland area. Oh, let me take you back just a second. Over here is Survey Road, and then this is Currituck Highway. And this little triangle in the center is proposed to be their commercial development. And this is a zoomed-in picture of that. And you're looking at a proposed 3 buildings, approximately 7,500 square foot apiece. Perhaps a restaurant with a drive-through. Perhaps another restaurant. This is covered seating. And then another commercial building. The BOC did approve this on March 1st of this year, the conditional zoning request. The developer notes that the goals of this development is to build a community that has a creative design with single-family lots and an attractive arrangement with an efficient use of open space that promotes an active lifestyle and a strong sense of community. And then we did talk about that couple of acres across, or we'll say between the roads for the commercial portion. There is a phasing schedule that the developer is proposing to do the projects in 5 phases, with the first phase being recorded, earliest recording date of June of 2022, and the earliest recording date for phase 5 of July of 2024. I'll quickly go over some of the infrastructure. It is in your packet. We are looking at county water to the project. The sewer is proposed to be connected to the Eagle Creek public utility. Transportation, as far as pedestrian, there are concrete sidewalks and pedestrian trails, including an 8-foot multi-use path along Currituck Highway. They are meeting or exceeding their connectivity index score with multiple connections to the Fost property, as well as their main connection onto Survey Road. The stormwater drainage improvements, if you remember, there was an approval with the Fost project that included off-site stormwater improvements that was also incorporated into this approval. I've got that map included a little later on in case there's any questions, but that remains unchanged. That commercial area we looked at will have design standards that it will have to meet. They are proposing street lights, so they will be required to be full cutoff. If you've driven by Fost, you will have seen some of the landscaping that's going in. Similar landscaping would be required here for Flora. You're looking at farmland buffers, street trees, major arterial screening, site landscaping. The BOC determined that this was compatible with the land use plan and the Moyock Small Area Plan at its March 1st meeting. The developer will have to pay approximately $48,548 in fee in lieu of recreation park area dedication for the development. And then where those wetlands area were in the back of the development will require some riparian buffers. There was a community meeting held by the developer on June 22nd. Approximately 11 citizens attended that meeting. Most of the questions were regarding drainage and traffic, and there is a summary in your packet. This neighborhood is split between the Scarborough and Moyock Elementary School Districts. There are adequate public facility concerns that the Scarborough Elementary School is at 100% capacity for this school year. Scarborough Elementary School is not expandable due to the septic system constraints. That APFO requires that the school capacity be in place at the time of this special use permit approval or within 2 years of the approval. There is a substantial completion date of August 2023 for that Moyock Elementary School expansion. And this is the map that was approved by the Board of Education that splits that neighborhood into 2 different elementary school attendance zones. This is the, I'm sure you've seen this map a bunch of times, but if you have any questions, it's here. That this is the stormwater improvements that the developer offered and worked with the county engineer that in improving the drainage in that area and in that neighborhood and that area of Moyock in general. As far as transportation is concerned, the proposed improvements to Survey Road include widening the road, adding a turn lane, adding a left turn lane restriction onto Currituck Highway, and providing those connections to the Fost development. According to the applicant, the streets will be designed in accordance with DOT standards, and access will be made appropriately for emergency vehicles. As far as wastewater is concerned, the developer does propose to connect to the Eagle Creek Wastewater Treatment Plant. The Currituck Water and Sewer, which we'll call CWS, operates the plant and is in the process of acquiring ownership of that plant from Sandler Utilities. A force main has been installed from the plant to Fost, and this development will tap into that force main. And then the developer will install a collection system within this development that will connect to that force main. The utility will be regulated by the North Carolina Utilities Commission and NCDEQ. And CWS has already begun the process with the state agencies for the transfer of plant ownership. I won't go over these slides in detail, but this is taken from your meeting on March 1st, where you determined that the project was compliant, was compatible with the 2006 land use plan as well as the Mayock small area plan. TRC comments. TRC is concerned that the applicant has not demonstrated that the proposed use will meet the special use permit review standards of the UDO, including land use plan policy PP2, which speaks to adequate public facilities, and public health and safety, which speaks to the purpose of the plan. And the two concerns are that there's no school capacity at Strawboro now or planned to be in place in 2 years, and that TRC has concerns with adding additional flow to Eagle Creek wastewater treatment plant. The UDO does lay out specific review standards for the board in making a determination of adoption of the special use permit, adoption with conditions of approval, or denial of the special use permit. And I've listed those review standards there for your consideration, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Just a clarification, Ms. Glave, when you we're talking about the commercial allocation up front, you said 7,500 square foot buildings. It's actually total square footage is 7,500. You can only do, was it 2,500 in an MXR per building?
Yeah, 7,500 total.
Total. I just want to make sure we're clear.
We're looking at 7,500.
Each building is 2,500. Proposed building would be 2,500 square feet.
That
Right?
may be my eyesight there. I apologize.
Okay. Just want to make sure we hadn't changed something
Thank
I wasn't
you.
aware of.
Big buildings.
Right.
You said you had a concern about the additional flow to Eagle Creek.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the staff's concerns?
With this being an evidentiary hearing, it would be most appropriate for the board to hear this directly from, I'm old school, I still see DWQ, but DWR, that the plant itself is not operating within the limits or the standards that are set for that plant. I don't want that to be hearsay, so I can only express that there's a concern and suggest that perhaps the board talk to them directly, have them testify at a hearing to tell you of their concerns and share that data.
Thank you.
So are they here tonight?
No.
Okay, do we have any other questions for Ms. Glave? If not, I'm going to go ahead and thank Ms. Glave for the presentation and ask the applicant then to come forward, please.
We submitted a presentation, if that could be brought up as well, PowerPoint. Thank you.
Is it this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. I'm Jamie Schwadler with Parker Poe, 301 Fayetteville Street, here on behalf of the applicant tonight. This request is for the second phase of the Flora Farm. In March of this year, you approved the zoning, and now we're here before you on a very different type of approval, a quasi-judicial one, for the special use permit and the preliminary plan. And that's important because the political and legislative decision to approve this development has already been made in March. And now we're here to go through 4 very objective factors that we're required to meet by competent, substantial, and material evidence, which we'll do before you tonight with 5 witnesses, excuse me. And North Carolina law holds that if you find we've done that the permit should issue tonight. First, we'll present Mr. Mark Bissell, a professional engineer, who will address factors 1, 3, and 4 of UDO 2.4.6D. That's their special use permit factors. He will testify about conformity with the land use plan, not endangering the public health or safety, and the ability to provide adequate public facilities. Next, you'll hear from Mr. Michael Myers, the Vice President of Currituck Water and Sewer and a consultant on water and wastewater facilities, who will address Factor 3 with respect to private wastewater treatment plant for the project. Then you'll hear from Mr. Lyle Overcash, a professional engineer with Kimley Horn and Associates, who will address Factor 1 with respect to the plan not endangering the public health or safety with respect to traffic. Mr. Hunter Howell will be called as a licensed North Carolina appraiser who will testify as to Factor 2 related to the impacts to adjoining property and harmony with the area. And finally, Mr. Jonathan Wells, a public schools consultant, will address Factor 4 as it relates to the county ability to provide adequate public schools. To streamline the presentation, we prepared a notebook of the material we plan to reference throughout each witness's testimony tonight. I prepared those in the materials here. It looks like a lot, but I promise you if we're able to move through the notebooks, I think it'll be a little bit more streamlined. So if I can approach, I'll pass to the clerk to go this way, and I'll pass to Ike to hand out this way.
Okay. I used them for my presentation folder.
How many did we get?
Are these all the same, Jamie?
Yes, all of the notebooks are the same.
All right.
They'll have it one tab for FOSS and one tab for Flora. Do we have enough? Or?
I wouldn't say it's a winner. Gift certificate winner in it. I'm just kidding.
Does everyone have a notebook?
No, we're good.
Okay, great. Before I call Mr. Bissell, I'd just like to note we've compiled these notebooks from the materials that have been gathered throughout the case, and a good many of them have been gathered with respect to school capacity from a public records request to the county commissioners through Mr. Ike McCree, as well as the Board of Education. So some of the packets you'll hear me refer to tonight and Mr. Wells refer to tonight are documents that were produced to us in November based on those requests that we have. Some of the materials that were spoken about earlier by the staff and in your staff report are inconsistent with those documents. So I'll just ask for your patience as we try to explain what we believe those consistencies result from, and we'll kind of guide you through the notebook as we discover them. And with that, I'd like to call Mr. Mark Bissell to the stand. Mr. Bissell, could you state your name and address the board, please?
Mark Bissell. My office address is 3512 North Croatan Highway in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina.
And can you please describe your background and experience?
I'm a professional engineer at Bissell Professional Group. I have a degree in civil engineering from Duke University. I am a licensed professional engineer practicing in North Carolina, and which I've done for over 40 years now. And I've worked on development plans really throughout the state.
At this time, I'd like to tender Mr. Bissell as an expert in civil engineering, design, and utilities. Mr. Bissell, can you explain for the board your role in this project?
Well, I'm the lead engineer in this project, and I oversaw the layout and the design and the plans that are the subject of this special use permit application.
Can you turn to tab 1 behind the Flora tab in your notebook? And describe this document for the board.
You're looking here at the phasing plan and the project overview. We are looking at 5 phases here. There are 3 parcels that were assembled to make this application, and these parcels were all rezoned by this board in March of this year to CMXR. So we are proposing, as Ms. Glave indicated, 277 residential lots on about 103 acres. That's the lot area, with about 2.3 acres of commercial area across the street at the intersection of Currituck and Survey Road. Residential density is 1.37 lots per acre. Lots vary in size from a minimum of 15,000 square feet to a little over 23,000 square feet. Now, the UDO requires a minimum of 30% open space for the residential and 10% for the commercial. We have actually provided 37% for the residential and 46% for the commercial, which equates to about 76 acres of open space throughout the project. We have also provided 5 roadway connections to the Foss track.
Mr. Bissell, based on your experience, do the plans comply with all applicable UDO requirements?
Yes, we've gone through several rounds of review following the approval of the rezoning, and there are no open issues related to compliance of the UDO standards. We've carried forward the conditions from the rezoning, but there's a slight modification, which actually wasn't reflected in the staff report. We did, in consultation with staff, shift the dates for the recording back 6 months, so that now the earliest recording date would be December 1st of 2022, with the other phases then moved back 6 months beyond that. Other improvements accompanying Phase 1 include the improvements to Survey Road, including turning lanes and the left turn restriction and the striping on 168. Stormwater improvements that are designed along the common property line with, and let me just point that out on the screen here, along the property line with Eagle Creek and ranch land. We're making drainage improvements with Phase 1 to benefit those projects, or those properties, which was a commitment that we had made at the rezoning stage. Completing at Eagle Creek's at request, actually, the excavation and laying back of Rolling Creek all the way to this pump station at Eagle Creek, actually, which actually extends onto Eagle Creek property. Some of these ponds out front will be constructed with Phase 1. The dog park, the mail kiosk, some temporary RV parking, and then Phases 2 through 5 will follow, again, with the earliest recordation date 6 months beyond there. So we're actually looking now at the final phase not before December of 2024. Plans are consistent with the zoning conditions and will connect to the private wastewater treatment plant as committed at the zoning stage.
Mr. Swigler, I want to cut in for just a second since you hit on it, Mark. You put in, was it 29 spaces for boats and RVs out of 277 lots? How did that math come about? Because
that is actually straight out of the UDO.
Okay.
In fact, the language, I think, reads in there that you have to provide 2 spaces per 20 lots that have dimensions, I think, of 20 feet by 40 feet. So that's the UDO standard.
Right. I think that's probably something we need to talk about at the retreat as we're on it right this moment. Because it's not even close.
No.
To what we.
Which isn't. It's not your fault.
Not your fault, right?
Our fault.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Bissell.
Although you do have indoor boat and RV storage under construction in Moyoc, which may help to alleviate some of that.
Well, Mr. Bissell, one question. You brought up the wastewater portion of this, and I just was reading through on page 39 and 40 regarding the health services portion of this. It mentions that the developer needs to consult with the Department of DEQ and the Washington Regional Office concerning the treatment disposal approval. And it says NCDO has been consulted about the wastewater service. Is there going to be something, a document or something with that where they were consulted about this?
Yes, there's actually a letter in your packet.
It will become, okay.
Provide testimony from Mr. Bissell on that and illustrate it through some slides that are coming up, as well as Mr.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Mr. Bissell, based on your earlier testimony, is it correct then that the correct phasing schedule is shown on the screen and in Exhibit 1, with the first phase to be recorded December 1st, 2022?
That's correct.
And that the dates shown on the screen by the staff and in the staff report are thus incorrect?
That's correct.
And based on earlier plans?
Yes, they've all been pushed back 6 months from what was shown on the screen.
Thank you. Based on your opinion, do the plans meet the UDO requirements?
They do.
And does this use present any concerns regarding public health or safety?
No, the layout and the proposed use and the elements indicated on these plans should not provide any concern with regard to public health or safety.
Thank you. We'll advance to the next slide. With respect to factor 3, we heard an explanation from the staff about the board's prior decision. Are the proposed uses in conformity with the land use plan and the Moyoc small area plan?
They are, and as the staff report notes on page 2, and Ms. Glades confirmed, the board determined that this development was compatible with the 2006 land use plan and the Moyoc small area plan at the March 1st meeting in 2021. The uses and the plans are consistent with those land use plan policies addressing density, drainage, utilities, and transportation. And those are all reflected in the minutes of that meeting.
And are those minutes located behind tab 2 in your notebook? Thank you. At this time, I'd like to move that the documents behind tabs 1 and 2 be admitted into evidence as exhibits 1 and 2.
And some of those policies have to do with policy NH3, because the full service area contemplates compact mixed use development like this. Policy CD1, encouraging neighborhood serving commercial districts, and policy WQ3. So we're providing drainage improvements to benefit not only this project, but the adjacent properties.
Thank you, Mr. Bissell. If you could advance to the next slide. Based on your experience with utilities, will the proposed development exceed the county's ability to provide adequate facilities with respect to utilities?
No, they will not. Potable water will be provided by Currituck County via an existing 12-inch main located on Currituck Highway that will be tapped and extended up Survey Road and then looped through the site, also interconnected with the FOSS development that's under construction now. Fire protection will be provided in accordance with the UDO standards and applicable ISO standards. The water system will be modeled to demonstrate that those standards will be met at the construction document stage. To meet firefighting capabilities as well as the maximum day demand. Emergency services have been considered and have adequate access to move those vehicles through and around the site.
Thank you, Mr. Bissell. How will the development manage stormwater?
Well, stormwater management will be enhanced not only for this development but for the adjacent community. We have done a stormwater study and a preliminary part of an improvements plan, actually the final design for part of that, including the improvements that are being made to Rolling Creek. The on-site stormwater will be managed through a series of ponds that are shown on the earlier slide, along with pipes and vegetative swales. They've been designed in accordance with the zoning conditions, including the extension of the Rolling Creek Canal all the way to the Eagle Creek Pump Station, and the drainage improvements that are being proposed along the adjacent property line. So in addition to modeling and retaining stormwater to the UDO standard, we have committed, which is your 10-year, 2-year standard. In other words, a 10-year rainfall post-development can't leave the site any faster than a 2-year wooded pre-development condition. We are modeling that also to the 100-year storm and designing the project to protect property from that 100-year storm.
If you could advance to the next slide, Mr. Bissell, and explain for the board what this slide illustrates.
This slide gives you an overview of the wastewater collection system that serves Eagle Creek now, which is shown in green here on this slide, which is the system that has received so much negative publicity over the last months. That has its own permit, which is listed here, permit number WQ00143307. There is a separate permit for the wastewater treatment plant, which is shown here, highlighted in yellow in the lower left corner of the screen. Then there is a third permit for the line that's shown in red here, which is permit number WQ00427726, which is the force main that serves the Foss development, in which the Flora Farms development is proposed to tie into somewhere in this location here. And what this illustrates is that there's three separate permits for three separate systems, and they do not impact one another. So the Foss and Flora force main actually totally bypasses that wastewater collection system that has been so problematic in Eagle Creek and pumps directly to that wastewater treatment plant. It does not impact the Eagle Creek wastewater collection system, the vacuum system, in any way. And the treatment plant that serves Eagle Creek is also separate from that vacuum system permit and is actually operating in good condition and functioning well. Anyway, Mike Myers could address those issues in a little more detail than I can.
Thank you, Mr. Bissell. And the permits, the separate permit numbers you mentioned are listed on the screen, is that right?
Yeah.
And they pertain to the different aspects of the treatment versus the transportation of the sewage?
Yes, they're totally separate.
Thank you. I have no more questions for Mr. Bissell and send him to the board for questions.
Mr. Bissell, can you back up to your timeline for there, right there? Is this? I assume this is old information because you have in your replies to the staff that you don't perceive the first home being basically occupied until the summer of 23. Is this the scheduling in here not accurate? I guess is probably what I'm trying to ask.
No, actually,
right.
We would actually have to hustle in order to get it to record, to have a home occupied by the summer of 23, because this would be the first stage being recorded in December of 22. And then we would have to start pulling building permits and constructing homes, and homes these days are taking, because of the difficulty of obtaining materials, we're hearing 8 to 10 months to construct a home. So we're probably more likely looking at fall of 2023 for the first occupancy.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question. When the last screen that we were on, the one with the bypassing of the Eagle Creeks, I'm looking at where, I guess obviously all the green is Eagle Creeks. The bypassing, I see the middle school. Where does it bypass like Eagle Creeks, where it goes to its own thing, like where it's purple and then it goes, where right by the word Eagle Creek, slide down a little further. Where is that point where it bypasses that on the?
Right in here, see they actually are parallel to one another for a short distance in here, but they're separate pipelines. So the line from Foss comes down Survey Road here, then comes down Eagle Creek Drive, and then veers over onto the golf course, and then stays on the golf course property for the remainder of that route.
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to see the difference. So they're parallel.
They're parallel right through here, but they're separate.
So that's probably like closer towards the entrance of Eagle Creek. I'm taking it like.
That's the intersection of Eagle Creek and St. Andrews, where they come close together, but they don't connect.
Okay. They're like on. Thank you.
Any other questions from Mr. Bissell of the board?
One more. So those lines, like you said, so they're two separate lines. So that line never connects to the current Eagle Creek. I mean, it's its own all the way to the wastewater treatment, which is located in the back, I guess, by the like
That's
300
right.
block of
so
behind
that,
18 tee box. I guess would be the best way to put it.
Right. So the projects that connect to that line can pump all the way to the Eagle Creek plant, regardless of what's going on with the Eagle Creek collection system. The Eagle Creek collection system can pump to the plant without regard to what's going on with the Foston Flora properties.
Excuse me, so there's absolutely no interconnection between the two systems?
Correct.
That's why I asked that, because like I said, where the purple, where you said, like you said, I guess maybe, I don't know, maybe the green's brighter. That's why I was asking that question. I didn't know if those pipes touched or whatever, but they run parallel, side by side. Okay.
Any other questions? If not, thank you, Mr. Bissell.
And that's because the Eagle Creek Drive was actually the easiest place to run that new pipe through here. Back to the golf course on this area.
Excuse Mr. Bissell and call Mr. Mike Myers to the stand. Good evening, Mr. Myers. How are you?
Good.
Could you please state your name and address for the board?
My name is Michael Myers, 4700 Homewood Court in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Can you please describe your education experience?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biological engineering from Ohio State University, and I am vice president of Currituck Water and Sewer. I have over 20 years of experience in water and wastewater utilities as both a North Carolina regulator and working in the private utility sector, managing Fort Bragg's water and sewer system, as well as managing over 600 utilities in North Carolina, Virginia, South Carolina, Tennessee, Ohio, Indiana, Texas, and Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. At this time, I'd like to tender Mr. Myers as an expert in the area of sewer design and systems, permitting, and compliance.
Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Myers, can you please explain how sewer systems are designed and constructed in North Carolina?
Yes. Water and sewer plants are designed to handle the capacity needed to serve the project need or an area need. So for residential sewer, for example, the engineer reviews the typical amount of sewer needs by the average resident and then calculates the size of the wastewater system to handle that capacity.
Thank you. Is the system typically constructed all at once?
It is common that systems are built in tiered or a phased approach to accommodate the anticipated flow with the demand. So for example, if the first 50 homes are built at or about the same time and produce a projected amount of flow, the initial wastewater system will be sized to handle those 50 homes. And then the sewer system will be expanded for the next batch of homes once the flow reaches a certain level. The reason for this is that you do not want sewer systems oversized that will outpace the size of the community that it is serving. If you build the wastewater system too large before there are enough homes to serve it, you can end up in an undercapacity situation, which can actually be more problematic than an overcapacity position. If a system is under capacity, it's harder to operate because it doesn't have enough food for the bacteria to treat the wastewater. The bacteria requires a sufficient amount of food in order to grow and perform the treatment. So it becomes harder to operate if built too large and only a fraction of the waste for which it is designed is flowing through it.
Thank you. That covers the construction and design. How does this relate to the permitting of these systems?
The North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, Division of Water Quality, or DWQ, understands construction phasing and pacing issues and utilize a tiered permit structure that reflects this pacing. That is, they permit based on future capacity, but you only build according to the pacing that I described previously. DWQ has an 80-90 rule that when actual flow reaches 80%, of capacity at the wastewater plant, the applicant needs to plan for expansion, and when it reaches 90%, the applicant needs to start construction.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Can you describe the sewer treatment plan for the Flora development?
The Flora development is planned to tie in to the wastewater treatment plant at Eagle Creek, which is an existing centralized system the county has determined as a private utility. Currently, the wastewater treatment plant is owned by Sandler Utilities.
And have you reviewed the staff report in this case with respect to sewer?
Yes.
In your expert opinion, does the proposed sewer, in this case, endanger the health, safety, or welfare?
No. While the Eagle Creek collection system is outdated and needs replaced, the concerns I reviewed in the staff report relate to the collection system of Eagle Creek, not the treatment system. Sewer systems have two different components. Collection, which takes the sewer from the home into the plant, and treatment, which treats the sewer after it arrives at the plant. They are completely different systems and have different permits, so the issues associated with the Eagle Creek collection system are real, but separate from the Flora and Foss developments and separate from the wastewater treatment plant functions.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. So given the slide that Mr. Bissell went through, is it accurate to say not only are the lines completely separate, but the function of collection of sewer is also separate from the function of treatment of sewer?
Yes, the Eagle Creek wastewater treatment plant can accept the additional flow expected and proposed from the proposed development, and the system will be required to receive a separate permit before construction of the development begins. Letters confirming the plant has sufficient capacity are in the agenda and behind tabs 3 and 4, which confirm that they can accept the projected flow from the development.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. At this time, I have no further questions for this witness and tender him to the board.
I have a question. Under tab 4 on the second page of it, the first bullet point, it says the WWTP must demonstrate consistent performance achievement. Have y'all met and the requirements?
Yeah, so recent results at the wastewater treatment plant show that the plant has returned to compliance, but I would point out that DWQ or DEQ will review the plant performance at the time the permit application is submitted, which will be sometime in the future. And Mark may be better suited to answer when that timing will be.
Mr. Myers, you came before this board, I guess it's been about a year ago now that you started working on it. And there were a number of problems with that plant, and you were engaged to repair the plant, I guess, and bring it up to snuff. How far along are you with that process?
I would maybe just a little bit of correction. We were not engaged to upgrade that plant. We were just engaged to operate that plant in its current condition.
Right.
Yeah. There has been improvements made at the plant by Sandler Utilities. There was some permit requirements that were placed into the permit, specifically monitoring wells that needed to be installed, and there were capacity evaluations in terms of the golf course that needed to be done as well.
Right.
The monitoring wells have been installed. The capacity analysis is underway at this time, and upgrades to the irrigation system, while not started, they're under contract to begin those.
And it seems like there was some other stuff that needed to happen at the plant itself. There was some valves or filters or something like that needed to be worked on.
That was for the expansion. Well, no, there's two things. There was the existing filters that did need to be repaired.
Okay.
That work has been contracted but not been completed yet.
Okay.
And then prior to any expansion, there is another filter that needed to be added prior to any expansion.
Thank you.
I do have a question. When you said there's contracted work to the irrigation system, where the irrigation system, the wastewater, just so somebody sitting at home watching the wastewater, and I'm not an expert by any means on it, but I do know how to run that irrigation system. So the wastewater goes or the waste goes to the treatment facility. The treatment facility does its thing, and then the water's pumped out and sprayed out on the effluent is sprayed out on the golf course, correct?
There's actually two permitted means of getting rid of the wastewater after it's treated. There is a pond located on site that it can be disposed into, and that infiltrates into the groundwater. And then there's a second pond that stores the water until the golf course can pump that out and pumps it out into the onto the golf course.
So there's the pond, the one big pond, and like I said, is that the one down like number 9, the par 5, closest to the clubhouse?
Yeah, that's the irrigation water storage pond there.
That's what I thought. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So Eagle Creek system's still not in compliance, and that's what's holding up CWS from acquiring the system?
No, not at all.
So there's no holdup in acquiring the system?
No, it's going through this. I would say there is a holdup, but that's related. That's more tied to the North Carolina Utilities Commission than the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. They have set the hearings. The transfer hearings are set for February 2nd now. It took a long time for them to get the hearings set, but thankfully they do have the hearings set now.
So Sandler has complied with all of the conditions for sale that were in the lawsuit?
I would not say that they have complied with all of the conditions that were in the lawsuit, no.
Well, can the sale go through if they don't comply with the conditions in the lawsuit unless you decide to be the transferee that takes responsibility or liability for the problems?
Can I ask a clarifying question? Are you talking about compliance with the permit of taking the sewage from Eagle Creek to the treatment plant?
Just for them acquiring it and running it. I'm assuming they're going to still be running the system, correct?
Yeah, our intent is to acquire the wastewater treatment plant and also operate it after we acquire it.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
I just but the lawsuit that you're discussing deals with the first type of permit that we're talking about and taking the sewer to the Eagle Creek plant. Is that correct?
The lawsuit is over the collection system permit serving the Eagle Creek community.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from Mr. Myers?
Just maybe to clarify, since we're talking about a lot of stuff going around here, all of it going downhill. So the collection system is entirely separate from the processing plant. It's a way of conveying the effluent to the processing plant, right?
Yeah, it connects to the wastewater treatment plant, but it is a separate system that conveys.
Okay. I just want to clarify that because we've got a lot of green lines flowing around up there, purple lines flowing around up there, and highlighted areas. So.
And that's why I asked about the purple. I didn't know if there was a connectivity of the two. I didn't think there was, and that's why I asked. I have pretty good vision, but I just wanted to make sure that was not. Those pipes don't touch or intersect.
There are minimum separation requirements stipulated by the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality that say they have to be, there's certain separation guidelines that Mark needed to meet whenever he was designing the force main.
So the deficiency of the Eagle Creek collection system has no impact on the operation of the plant in regards to FOST and flora?
I would say not as it relates to FOST and flora. Certainly if there's no flow coming to the wastewater treatment plant because of the issues surrounding the collection system, that can impact plant performance, but the flow coming from FOST and flora does not impact what's going on with the Eagle Creek collection system.
And for my clarification again, that you do not have all the required permits at this time for this project. Is that correct?
Yeah,
I think you said something was in the works.
No. So prior to connecting flora to the force main, a permit application will have to be filed to North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, and it's at that time they'll review the plant performance and make a determination if the plant is performing sufficiently to allow the pump station to connect to the force main.
And this development is really based on that approval and that permit being issued, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
The plant performance, now you're saying, and not the collection, but the plant performance, which is by the big irrigation pond and the storage pond right there, located like the 300 and some, what, the 330 block of Eagle Creek probably, behind AT&T. So that is the treatment, which, I mean, where the treatment, that's performing. So like you said, that does that have any kind of violations? I mean, I know
it's had some past violations, but recent results have shown that it's returned to compliance.
Okay.
But getting back to this letter under tab 4, and it says performance must be satisfactory for approval for any potential sewer extension permits. So if you're not performing there's things that need to be fixed that still aren't fixed, how can you do an expansion?
Well, if at the time we submit the permit application, the plant is not performing, then DEQ would not allow that connection to the system until the plant had demonstrated compliance.
But how, I don't understand, this might be for Ms. Glaze, how can we approve something that doesn't have sewer?
We don't. So right now, they're saying they can accept it. So I'm going to.
That's not what this says.
No, he can accept it. Sandler has agreed to accept the flow, basically, right? And
that would be tab 3.
Right.
Is the letter from Sandler.
Right, saying that they will accept the flow. If at the time they have problems, I'm guessing they're going to say you have to do A, B, and C for us to be able to allow them to hook. Right? You're going to have to come up with some kind of plan to get in compliance to be able to accept that flow at that time. But
let's just be clear when we're talking about compliance. At present day, there's no compliance issue with the treatment plant itself. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. There is a compliance issue with the collection system.
Right, and that's why I differentiated those two. Okay, so, but Commissioner Etheridge is, I think, so they basically at this point in time have the ability to just sort of dispose of the sewage, right? But Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to just try to clarify a little bit. You know, if this special use permit is issued, the next stage will be to do the file of construction drawings and prepare permit applications for the water system, the wastewater collection system, the stormwater management system, the erosion control plan, and so forth, and file those permit applications with all the various state agencies. And once all those permits are issued, then we would come back for another TRC review for construction approval. So that all happens at the next stage, and that's the time that Mike was talking about, where DEQ will need to review to make sure that it is appropriate for that collection system for Flora to tie to that system.
Mr. Bissell, could you read the full bullet point that Commissioner Etheridge cited so you have the full context of when that requirement is triggered?
The wastewater treatment plant must demonstrate consistent performance achieving permit treatment requirements prior to submittal of a sewer extension permit application. So it's that permit application that will take place at the next stage after the project has been designed and construction plans have been completed.
And in your experience, does that typically happen after the special use permit stage?
That always happens after the special use permit, in my experience.
So basically, if I'm looking at this, we have a letter of intent, for lack of probably the appropriate language, that says Sandler, who still owns the plant, is saying, we expect to offer you, we have room in our inn, you're more than welcome to come here. There's some DEQ approvals that have to go on, but that's not finalized yet. So basically, if something happens and that capacity isn't available due to a failure of the permitting, whatever, what are the ramifications of that?
The ramifications are that we'll continue to have to apply for permits and approvals throughout the construction and development process. So we wouldn't be able to go forward to the next step if we're not able to satisfy those hurdles. This is simply the second hurdle. We've cleared the zoning hurdle. Now we're at the special use and plat. There's going to be many more hurdles. That doesn't prevent this board from approving the special use permit, because what they're required to focus on are those 4 factors.
So the purpose of that question is, sounds similar, i.e. Dunkin' Donuts, i.e. 7-Eleven, i.e. Tractor Supply in the lot beside.
Well, even
Things change, right? Things change. If you don't get your stuff straight, that's not.
We can't get a
The
construction.
county
permit
doesn't
at
own
that
the
stage.
responsibility or the liability. Your customer will own, your client will own the responsibility.
That's true.
Just like we failed to have adequate sewer for Tractor Supply's second parcel. And that, created a bunch of hate and discontent, but we only can control what we can control. Everything else is at risk. So it's my understanding it's typical process, and the risk, the Currituck County does not own the risk here, right? Just confirming.
Correct. Do you agree with that statement, Mr. Bissell?
I do. It's all, but the risk is all in the developer.
Since this will use the same force main that Foss is using, has Foss been permitted?
It has.
It does.
So half of it's already been permitted.
Correct.
Per side.
And the pipe was sized to be able to handle both projects as well as
So
a minimum.
that's already taken into account.
It has.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Meyer?
To the extent I didn't already request to admit the tabs 3 and 4, I'd like to admit those as exhibits 3 and 4 into the record. Thank you.
Yes. All right, I think that's all the questions we've had for Mr. Myers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Myers.
I'd like to call Mr. Lyle Overcash.
Mr. Overcash, can you please state your name and address for the board?
Lyle Overcash, 421 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, 27601.
And what is your background and experience?
I'm a transportation engineer with Kimley Horn Associates. I have a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from North Carolina State University. I'm a licensed professional traffic engineer and been licensed in North Carolina. I'm licensed for 28 years and performed hundreds of traffic studies for public and private sector developments throughout North Carolina.
At this time, I'd like to tender Mr. Overcash as an expert in the field of transportation engineering and traffic impacts.
Okay, no, thank you, yes. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Overcash, what is your role in this project?
I oversaw the traffic analysis improvements for the proposed development. A TIA was originally performed and approved by NCDOT in May of 2020 as part of the original rezoning. A traffic assessment was prepared in August of 21 to reflect their current reduced program of 277 single-family homes and 7,500 of retail space. The plans before you tonight have incorporated the recommendations from the TIA.
You could advance to the next slide, please.
Okay.
And if you'll turn to tab 5 in the notebook. Do you recognize this as the TIA you just testified to?
Yes.
At this time, I'd like to move to have the exhibit behind tab 5 admitted as exhibit 5.
Objections? Okay, thank you, yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Per the TIA recommendations, at the intersection of NC 168, Currituck Highway, and Survey Road, as shown on the screen, the plans provide a southbound right turn lane with at least 100 feet of full storage and appropriate taper. Left turns from Survey Road will be onto 168 will be restricted. This will be a right out only. The plans also propose striping out at least 200 feet of storage in the center left turn lane along 168 for northbound left turn lanes onto Survey Road. Now down at the intersection of Survey Road and the access point for the residential part of the development and the retail portion of the development, the plans provide for a westbound left turn lane with 100 feet of storage and appropriate taper going into the residential portion of the development. Eastbound on Survey Road, we will have a similar 100 feet of left turn storage going into the retail portion of the development and 100 foot of eastbound right turn lane going into the residential portion of the development. For the egress coming out of the residential portion of the development, we'd have a northbound left turn lane and a through right lane. And this left turn lane would have about 100 feet of storage as well.
Thank you, Mr. Overcash. If you could flip to the next slide. Were you involved in the prior rezoning requests associated with the Flora development?
Yes.
And one of those requests was put forward in 2020, is that right?
Yes.
Can you explain, using this slide, the differences between the DIA assumptions then and this update?
Yes. This slide has got a lot of stuff on it, but the table at the top reveals a significant reduction in traffic now, projected now versus the previous plan that was part of the 2020 rezoning. This includes a 64% reduction in the typical daily weekday traffic, a 40% reduction in the AM peak hour traffic, and a 43% reduction in the PM peak hour traffic, mainly due to the loss of we had 100,000 square foot of retail and apartments in the previous plan, and that now has been reduced down to 7,500 square feet. Also on this slide, the TIA update for 2021 review. This is from Table 2, pages 2 and 3 of the August 21 update in your notebook. The level service results are better when compared to the 2020 TIA, and each movement is level service D or better, including 2 movements that were level service E in the 2020 analysis. If you recall, level service refers to the average delay in seconds per vehicle waiting at an intersection. The other intersections within the study area are projected to remain an acceptable level service once the development is completed, and therefore no additional off-site improvements are recommended.
Thank you. If you could advance to the next slide. What does this slide show?
The internal street network within the residential portion of the project has been designed to appropriately handle the level of traffic anticipated by the proposed development. This includes a divided boulevard with 80 feet minimum right-of-way, a typical local roadway with approximately 40 feet of minimum right-of-way, 5 interconnections to the false development shown in the red stars, and 5-foot sidewalks along all streets.
Has the street network for the proposed development been designed to create a safe environment for vehicles and pedestrians?
Yes, the roadways and sidewalks have been laid out generally as shown on the master plan and will be in accordance with the approved right-of-way and pavement width characteristics using the NCDOT Complete Streets Planning Manual as a guide.
In your expert opinion, will these improvements provide mitigation for traffic congestion impacts expected to be generated?
Yes.
Will they promote public safety?
Yes.
And will the improvements in streets allow safe access for fire, rescue, and law enforcement?
Yes, appropriate access has been made for emergency vehicles in accordance with applicable standards.
Thank you, Mr. Overcash. With respect to Factor 2 in the special use permit, based on your testimony, does the proposed use endanger the public health, safety, or welfare with respect to traffic?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness and time to come to the board.
Okay. Board have any questions for Mr. Overcash?
At what point would NCDOT signalize the exit from the Foss development to Highway 168? What would be a factor that would cause them to signalize it?
In the previous study with Foss, we had looked at about when we think we would need a signal there at the Foss Boulevard. Previously, we had estimated about 180 lots or occupied dwelling units between the two neighborhoods. So that's real rough. So it'll be anywhere between 150 to 200 dwelling units occupied. So you'd have to go out and do a traffic count as the project develops and kind of time it out with a full signal warrant analysis.
And when your traffic analysis was done, was there a consideration of what this traffic on Survey Road looks like with the traffic of Moyock Middle School dismissal and the start of school? Was that part of the traffic analysis?
The August 21 update used data from the original TIA. The original TIA had counts from December, I think it was December 10th of 2019, so before all the pandemic stuff. And then we applied a 10% growth factor onto the counts to adjust for fluctuations in traffic that you experience on 168 to try to come up with the most conservative analysis.
And yet the number went down.
The trip generation for the development, yes, went down because of the loss of retail and apartments for the development itself. And all the false traffic that was generated by that development is included as background traffic in the FLORA study.
So is it safe to say that FOST traffic won't come through FLORA? Or will go through FOST?
We would hope they would go through each other, and that's part of interconnectivity, that folks from one development can go through the other development. And we would assume that once we restrict turns off of Survey Road, where you can't take a left out of there, then those folks would come over to the FOST signal.
Any other questions from the board, from Mr. Overcash?
I have just two questions for redirect, if I may.
Yes.
Mr. Overcash, just to clarify, the 40% reduction in peak hour trips in the morning and 43% reduction in PM and peak hour trips, are those driven mainly by the reduction of use from the prior request to today?
Correct.
Okay. So even accounting for the 10% growth, we still saw a decrease in traffic?
Correct.
And then could you please explain why interconnectivity is beneficial for law enforcement and emergency services?
Yes, if you had one of these primary routes into the neighborhood blocked, and you can come into one of the other ways into the neighborhood, so it gives them parallel routes into the neighborhood if you have a situation that blocks the main access.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Before we go on to the next witness, the board had requested a 5-minute recess really quick, just if we could. And then so take 5 minutes if we could, and then be back and get ready to reconvene. Thank you. Okay, everyone, we're going to go ahead and reconvene the meeting here. Appreciate a short recess there needed. So at that, I'm going to turn that back over to the applicant.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call Mr. Hunter Howell.
Mr. Howell, please state your name and address for the board.
My name is Hunter Howell, 412 East Chatham Street, Cary, North Carolina, 27511.
Can you give your background and experience for the board, please?
Yes, I'm a professional real estate appraiser, and I work for Valbridge Property Advisors. I am a licensed North Carolina state certified appraiser, and I'm a member of the Appraisal Institute, and I am working towards an MAI designation. I've been appraising properties throughout North Carolina for approximately 7 years, and I have also testified as an expert at numerous quasi-judicial hearings in other jurisdictions addressing the same or similar factors that I'll be addressing here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. And do those factors relate to real property appraisal and impacts to real property?
Yes.
And do they also relate to harmony with surrounding properties?
They do.
At this time, I'd like to tender Mr. Howell as an expert in the field of real property appraisal, impacts to real property, and harmony with surrounding properties.
Any objections? Okay. Thank you. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Howell, can you explain your role in this project?
Yes. I was engaged to study the impacts of the project to the value of adjoining property and whether the project is in harmony with the area.
And how did you evaluate those factors?
If you turn to tab number 6, it is the Valbridge report. I prepared a report in which I analyzed the effects of the proposed development on the surrounding area. This includes looking at the surrounding land uses and residential values over the previous 3 years to determine market demographics and trends. I also looked at other developments in comparable locations in order to determine the effects of these developments in the area in which they are located. This method is called a matched pair analysis. The report analyzed a 1, 3, and 5 mile radius looking at the population, housing supply, and household income data over the last 10 years with projections over the next 5 years. This data is on page 3 of the report. The population within the 5 mile radius has almost doubled since 2000 and is expected to grow annually by 2% over the next 5 years. The housing supply is also expected to increase at the same rate. This indicates a strong and healthy market that is expected to have exponential growth over the next 5 years. We also analyzed the housing inventory and price per square foot over the last 3 years. There was a sharp decline in homes available in Moyock starting in 2019, with prices per square foot increasing over that same time. This indicates that there is a need for additional inventory to keep homes affordable in this area. The past 2 years have also seen the average days on market for residential homes in Moyock drop drastically to below 30 days, which is another indication that the market is in need for additional inventory to keep up with this demand.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. Did you analyze how this development is anticipated to impact the values of the surrounding properties?
Yes. There is generally a positive impact to surrounding properties with the type of development proposed. As new residential developments come to areas, it enhances the surrounding areas positively in terms of property values. Increasing home values increase the value of available vacant land as developers look to fill the void for additional housing options. This has been seen in several instances across the eastern part of the state. We looked at 3 large residential subdivisions with master plans in other formerly rural areas and found that they have sparked further development of adjacent property and increased those land values. This is on page 8 of the report. The best example is the Palmetto Creek of the Carolinas in Bolivia, North Carolina. The area was mostly vacant agricultural land when the development broke ground in 2005, and the area has since seen rapid growth and positive impacts on the value of the adjacent land, especially as commercial uses were needed to support the residential growth. The commercial uses proposed with this plan support the typical trend where residential uses are developed. This will help support the continuous population growth in the area, and based on our experience with similar patterns of growth, will not have a negative impact on the properties of the adjoining or abutting lands. I also reviewed the report by NAHB, the National Association of Home Builders, which is of the type typically relied upon by appraisers. This is included at the end of my report and looks at the overall metro area impacted by the false PUD. Page 2 of the report estimates that in the first year after build-out of the homes in the PUD would produce at least $8 million in net revenue in tax and other revenues. After 15 years, which is on page 3 of the report, estimates roughly $33.3 million in net revenue and roughly 504 local jobs, and suggests significant positive impact to the public and in overall areas.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. Although that report you cited mentions the FOSS PUD, is the Flora PUD similar in residential nature?
Very much so.
And do you expect that to have a similar impact on the amount of net revenue that you've just cited?
Yes, it should be very similar.
At this time, I'd like to move to admit that the Valbridge report and its attachments be admitted as Exhibit 6.
Any objections? Okay, thank you. Yes.
Mr. Howell, in your opinion, would the development tend to injure the value of adjoining or abutting lands?
No.
Thank you. And in your opinion, is the proposed development in harmony with the area in which it's located?
Yes. We looked at similar developments in the immediate area to determine if this project is cohesive with the development pattern. This is on page 4 of the report. We identified 4 similar subdivisions in the area, recently developed or approved and under construction. Based on the range of 0.89 to 2.14 units per acre in the developments we identified, this project is cohesive and in harmony with the surrounding end uses. In addition, the commercial uses are located at the front of the development along a major thoroughfare, with the residential uses at the middle to rear of the site. This will provide a natural progression of intensity and activity as one gets closer to Currituck Highway. Based on this report, I have found that the proposed use will not injure the value of adjoining and abutting lands and will be in harmony with the area.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. And this report was prepared specifically for the Flora Farm development, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness and tender him to the board.
Any questions from this board?
The numbers, what he was referring, what page was that on where he was referring to the?
4 different developments.
Which numbers?
The numbers of the second. The second. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Did you find what you're looking for?
Yes.
Good. Any other further questions? Okay. Guess we have no further questions. Mr. Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. At this time, I'd like to call Mr. Jonathan Wells to the stand.
Good evening, Mr. Wells. Will you please state your name and address for the board?
Sure, good evening. My name is Jonathan Wells. I reside at 1112 Court Drive, Charlotte, North Carolina. I have a bachelor's degree in environmental design and planning from the State University of New York at Buffalo, and a master's degree in public administration from the State University of New York College at Brockport. I'm a certified planner with the American Institute of Certified Planners, and for better than 2 decades, I've worked with municipalities and with school districts to project communities' infrastructure, capital needs, and more specifically evaluate school districts' long-range school capacity and facilities plans, population projections and trends, and adequate facilities planning. I joined the staff at Focus Planning and Design 4 years ago, I'm sorry. We are a community planning and public administration consulting firm.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to tender Mr. Wells as an expert in the area of public school capacity, attendance, adequate public facilities, and state standards regarding the same.
No objections? Thank you. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wells, are you prepared to speak to the county's ability to provide adequate public schools for the students generated by this development?
Yes, thank you. I am. Based on my examination of documents that were produced by the county and by the Board of Education, also documents publicly available, and by my own experience, the Florida development will not exceed the county's ability to provide school facilities, since all 69 elementary school students that are estimated to be generated by Florida are in the Moyock Elementary District and are able to be accommodated in elementary school capacity program to be in place within 2 years of approval. Thus, the use complies with the UDO sections 2.4, 0.6, and 6.6.
Thank you. And to explain the basis of that opinion, did you participate in the request of documents from the county itself and from the County Board of Education?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you explain the basis of your opinion with compliance with sections 2.4, 0.6, and 6.6?
Sure. I analyzed the capacity of the schools and the adequacy, and my analysis is summarized in the 3-ring binder report behind tab 7. To conduct this analysis, we requested information from both the Currituck County Manager and the Board of Education with respect to school capacity data and planning. These questions and their responses to each entry were confirmed back to the county in a December 13th, 2021 letter, which is behind tab 8. Thank you. Which is behind tab 8 of your binder and includes Ms. Schwendler's summary following by the actual responses received by the Board of Education and handwritten responses of the county. Many of these documents produced shed additional light on the county's school capacity planning efforts.
So just to underscore what you just said, behind tab 8 we'll find not only a summary of the questions asked, but what we believe the county's responses and the Board of Education responses were, as well as those responses as they were received by us?
That's correct.
Okay. If you'll turn to tab 9, can you explain to the board what this entails?
This was a December 11th, 2019 email from then Superintendent Mark Stefanik. The Board of Education determined that the Flora development was within the Moyock's elementary school attendance area. To my knowledge, no further shifting of school attendance zones has occurred since that time.
And Mr. Wells, just to clarify, you're in Exhibit 9, about halfway down the paragraph. Is that right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And the date of this email was December 11th?
December 11th, 2019.
Could you read for me the last sentence, starting with therefore, please?
Sure, I want to make sure. Therefore, based on the current school boundary line, the Foss property is considered part of the Shawbury attendance zone area, and Flora property is considered part of the Moyac Elementary School attendance area.
Thank you. Does that document mention the Flora property being within the Shawbury attendance area?
No, ma'am, it does not.
Thank you.
So,
did you review the staff report in this case?
yes, I did.
And what did the staff report say with respect to the attendance zone for the Flora development?
Well, I was a little bit surprised that it seemed to contradict or contrast Dr. Stefanik's email, because it made reference to the Flora development being in the Shawboro elementary attendance zone.
Okay. And were you working on this case as of January 14th, 2021? You were,
yeah.
Excuse me, let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
Were you previously associated with the Boston Flora rezonings in this county?
Yes, I was.
Are you familiar with who Tammy Glade is? Miss Glade is sitting over to your
Okay,
right
yeah, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the name.
That's okay. I've just handed you a memo from Miss Glade, and would you read the two-line there?
Sure, this was a memo to Mark Bissell, Bissell Professional Group, and Justin Old, North-South Development Group, dated January 14th, 2021.
And what's the date on that letter?
January 14th, 2021.
Okay, and there, you'll see the heading there says planning. What name is beside that heading?
Tammy Glade.
Would you read the first two sentences of this document, please?
Sure. There is not adequate school capacity for this development. Moyac Elementary exceeds actual capacity for this school year and committee capacity. I think that's a misprint. That should be committed capacity, I believe. High schools exceed committed capacity. Without adequate school capacity or school capacity program to be in place within 2 years from approval, this project is recommended for denial.
Okay. And these are the TRC comments that were submitted in January 14th of 2021. Is that right?
That's my understanding, correct.
Okay. And in that paragraph you just read, is there any mention of Shawboro Elementary with respect to adequate school capacity?
No.
Okay. You mentioned you were surprised by the staff report's claim about Shawboro Elementary being a part of this analysis. Did you review any documents in the county's production that led you to believe that that shed some light on why that might have been made?
No, I didn't run across any of it.
In the county's production, do you recall a December 3rd email that was produced by the county in response to our request regarding school capacity?
Candidly, there was so much generated that I'm drawing a blank on that right this second.
If you'll turn to tab 10, please, and read out, you can use this version if you like here. If you'll read out the to and from line and date on the top of tab 10.
Sure, and this is from Mark Stefanik to Harry Lee, and it's dated December 3rd, 2019.
And would you read the second paragraph down, starting with I will?
Sure, it says, I will be meeting with the Board of Education on Monday, December 9th to discuss items related to the new school process and current boundary lines in the Moyac-Shawboro areas. If possible, please send me the map with the clarified current boundary line.
So in this email dated December 3rd, Mr. Stefanik is indicating that the Board of Education will meet on December 9th. Is that correct?
It appears to be so, yes.
And this email predates the December 11th email we just examined in tab 9, correct?
By 2 days, correct.
Okay. In that email, in the latter email, it was clarified that the Flora property was entirely within the Moyock Elementary School.
Correct.
Is the statement in the staff report contradicted by any of the other documents received? Strike that. Attached to the December 3rd email in tab 10. Can you flip to the back of that, please? Do you recall this as part of the production for the December 3rd email?
I believe I saw this, and it does seem to contradict the email that was sent by Dr. Stefanik, because it still shows that attendance area being split.
And the map we're referencing is behind tab 10 to the December 3rd email, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you saw this map on the screen tonight, do you recall what date was affixed to that map?
I don't off the top of my head, but I do recall a date being affixed to that.
Was it around December 9th or 19th of 2029?
I don't recall.
Okay. Had you seen this map with the date December 9th or 19th affixed to it prior to tonight on the screen?
I believe it was in the staff report that was submitted to the applicant over the weekend.
I'm turning to agenda item number 1, which is the staff report that was published in the record, if anyone would like to follow along. Is this the map that you just indicated you recognized?
Yes, and the date on that is January 2nd, 2020.
Is that the same date you saw on the screen tonight?
I don't recall, but I don't think it was.
Okay. Can you explain why there are multiple versions of this map with the date affixed to it?
I can't explain that.
To your knowledge, did you receive any copies of this map with those various dates affixed to it prior to the publishing of the staff report?
No.
And the map behind tab 10, received in production, does not bear a date, does it?
I don't believe so. It does not.
Thank you. Mr. Wells, could you explain to the board your analysis of the special use permit adequate public facilities portion in 2.4.6D and section 6.6 with respect to ability?
Sure. So the special use permit adequate public facilities ordinance in section 6.6 require the analysis of the ability to provide adequate schools, and the operative term there is ability, to provide state standards and guidelines that determine adequacy. For adequacy of public schools, the state standards do not focus exclusively and solely on the actual physical capacity or the physical building characteristics. Instead, there are many factors that the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction can consider or can allow school districts to consider or utilize, including, in addition to the physical capacity of buildings, expanded capacity using modular units, calendar modifications, and schedule changes to rotate students in and out of buildings. The use of modular units and other modifications is routine throughout North Carolina, especially in areas experiencing increased residential growth, similar to the growth Currituck has experienced in recent years. The most recent facility report that the Department of Public Instruction issued, that is dated 2019, I believe, states that statewide public schools across the state are using in excess of 5,000 mobile units. So it's a fairly common practice. However, even if we rely on the measure of actual building capacity here to determine adequacy, adequate facilities are in place or are programmed to be in place within 2 years. And again, within 2 years is rooted in the UDO. Tab 11, page 3. It's the ADM chart. Shows the chart of average daily membership for September of 2021. The third line from the bottom indicates the ADM for Moyac was 669 students. Now, the current physical capacity of Moyac is 529, adjusted to 609 with the addition of 4 mobile classrooms, which we are counting as 20 students per classroom for a total of 80. This is detailed in tab 12, the Flora June 2020 zoning staff report, page 10. Expansions to Moyac Elementary are to be completed in August of 2023 to bring the capacity to 770 students, per the Superintendent Lutz's response to the records request that you can find on tab 8, page 2, question 12 on page 2.
And I'm just going to stop you right there for just 1 second, Mr. Wells. You testified on tab 12 in page 10 of the zoning report. Could you read that first, just the first sentence there?
Sure. It says, on June 11th, 2020, the former superintendent provided the below adjusted Moyac Elementary School capacity numbers based on the addition of 4 mobile classrooms.
Great. And in the responses to requests for production, you're referring to Superintendent Lutz's response to the records request?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where you got the 770 students, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Oh, okay. Flora has 277 lots, so it's estimated it generates 69 elementary school students. And that's following the county's practice of relying on the Tishel report, which assumes 0.25 elementary school students per home or per dwelling unit. So 669, which is Moyac's September 2021 ADM, plus the 69 new students from Flora brings the total enrollment to 738 at full Flora build-out. Because the capacity of 770 programmed to be in place within 2 years of approval, or by December of 2023, the county is able to provide that sufficient actual quantity. Now, the phasing schedule shown on the screen, and oh, it's on the screen. Okay, I'm sorry. And included in the report, illustrates that even calculating actual capacity based on our committed phasing schedule, the proposed use would not exceed the actual capacity of Moyac Elementary School at full build-out, much less within 2 years. While the county is likely to experience background growth between now and full build-out that may impact Moyac's attendance numbers, each of those additional students have either been already accounted for in the county's committed capacity tool or will be considered as a future special use permit hearing for those developments once they are submitted in the future. So wrapping up, based on my review of all the materials and my experience as an expert in school capacity, this use permit application satisfies the UDO section 2.4.6 D4 and 6.6, since the development will not exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public schools, and all required public facilities are programmed to be in place within the 2 years after the initial approval of the special use permit.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. At this time, I'd like to request to move Mr. Wells' report be admitted as Exhibit 7 and its respective attachments behind tabs 8 through 12 as Exhibits 8 through 12. Just summing up, Mr. Wells, based on your expert opinion, Does the plan satisfy the county UDO sections with respect to adequate funds?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness and tender him to the board for questions.
So is the gist of your presentation that all of these students will go to Moyoc? I mean, the line, we assume that there's a line there, and our current superintendent, not the former superintendent, is here. So you're saying the school board's wrong that all these students are going to Moyoc now. You're making that determination based on something that our former superintendent
Well,
put in an email? Am I getting that correct?
Our expert has offered competent evidence with respect to the documents that were produced by the county that established the facts that he testified to. And that is the basis of his opinion. We're not aware of the zone attendance lines changing, and the county produced no information prior to this hearing indicating that any official action had been taken. And so he was permitted to rely on those facts that were produced by the county in rendering his expert opinion.
So you're assuming once again that all these students are going to Moyoc? Is that, I'm just asking, based on your expert testimony, regardless of what the school board does, your expert testimony is that they're all going to Moyoc Elementary?
My analysis was based on that, and again, it was based on Dr. Stefanik's email.
Mr. Stefanik is not the current superintendent. Our current superintendent is here. So based on our former superintendent's information and emails, is your assumption that all of these kids are going to Moyoc Elementary?
That's my assumption.
Okay.
That's based on the documents that were produced to us by the county and by the Board of Education, by the current superintendent, Mr. Boots.
Did you make any effort to see whether or not the school district had changed lines at any point prior to these older emails? We had joint meetings between us and the school board to discuss this specifically for this project.
Right. Because of the capacity numbers
Right.
at both schools.
And at the time, if memory serves, we were going to basically split the baby. Half of the kids would end up in Shawboro and the other half in Moyoc.
Was that not a public meeting?
It was.
Mike, was that a public meeting?
I mean, I was not there. I think Commissioner White and the previous manager attended that.
Mm-hmm. No, there was a
public meeting.
Yeah, there was a meeting between us and the school board as bodies, if memory serves, to discuss this very thing.
Yes.
I would direct the commission's, sorry.
Go ahead.
I would direct the commission's attention to tab 8, question 5, which was issued to both the county and the Board of Education, and was responded to by both the county and the Board of Education. It reads, copies of draft student assignment plans the county school system has evaluated since 2008 to manage student capacity, as well as assignment plans subsequently adopted and implemented since 2018, or planned for implementation through the 2023-2024 year. You'll see the summary below indicates the BOE, Board of Education response, indicates this has not been conducted yet. And if you'll turn 3 more pages to an email that has Sandy Salambene at the top, you'll see the email from Donna Boliva to Mr. McCree, copying Kevin Kent and Laura Cicero, and it says, please see the records provided by the school and responses below. The response to number 5, the draft student assignment plan, says not applicable, hasn't been conducted yet. And so the responses provided to us indicated that this 2019 indication from then Superintendent Mark Stefanik, provided after the meeting with the Board of Education, was a valid action. That's a current assignment and the attendance zone assigned to this property.
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that this is rolled over into argument, which is more appropriate at the conclusion of the case as opposed to the evidence phase.
Okay. So I guess we can question the testimony based on this toward the end of it. Is that what you're
Well,
I'm saying council can make argument as to what weight or impact or interpretation of the applicant should be placed by this board upon the evidence. But at this point, I think it's more appropriate to question the witness and elicit testimony or evidence during this phase of the hearing.
We don't disagree with that. I was simply trying to point Mr. White to the answer to the question you asked, which whether we'd investigate it.
Okay, thank you. So you've never seen, prior to Ms. Glave's submittal to the Board of Commissioners in the packet, this map. Is that correct? Or the map showing the divided line between the school districts and floor. I've got to get my F's right. So, yes, that map that was included in our packet, and you have in this booklet, you have that map shown. So,
correct. I believe the map was attached to the December 3rd email under tab 10 that Mr. Wells specified.
I remember that being presented with the split boundary, and I remember specifically calling into question the superintendent's intent at that point in time to split a neighborhood that literally the guy across the street went to a different elementary school than the one on this side of the street. I remember the response to that was preserving neighborhoods. Now, because go back from a bus, and I brought all this out, right?
Yeah.
A school bus is going to pick up a kid across the street and take him to one school, and yet you're going to get picked up by a different bus. So I remember calling into question this map, and I remember, I can't verbatim, but I distinctly remember the superintendent at the time saying that the neighborhoods, because that was one of the things, neighborhood integrity, blah, 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 right? And I believe the results of that discussion were looking at the lines and aligning neighborhoods to schools.
Right.
That's what I seem to remember.
Also, I believe the applicant at that time suggested that he would keep it phased so it wouldn't be a split neighborhood until the Moyock expansion took place.
Right. I do remember that as well.
And if I recall correctly, too, the initial, when these lines were here, Flora was PUD, if I'm not mistaken, before it changed to an MXR?
PDR.
A PDR, yeah, not a
That's
PUD.
for PDR, yeah.
Yeah. And then that change.
All right.
It does beg the question, right? And, and Dr. Lutz is inheriting this. Congratulations. But, decisions, and I remember also bringing up to question a letter by the superintendent that bore Currituck County School Board on top of the letterhead. At what point is the school board engaging in making these decisions, or in fact, is it the superintendent that's making a decision without a direction? So, all that to say, and this throws out that, the decisions one board makes, another board inherits, unless some sort of reversal of course occurs, right? But that's,
Mr. McCree, would it be appropriate to bring Dr. Lutz up at this time or at another time to talk about this boundary map?
I think it may be appropriate at the conclusion of the applicant's case, and of course the applicant will have the opportunity to cross-examine Dr. Lutz should he be called.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine. We have to swear him in now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Since he's hanging out, put him on the spot.
Would it be possible to make one more point? I'd direct your attention again to tab 9. This is the email from Dr. Stefanik dated December 11th, 2019. Starting on the top line, it says, the Board of Education is requesting that the county table all hearings regarding these properties. That's pretty specifically makes reference to the fact that he's speaking on behalf of the Board of Education and not simply on behalf of the superintendent's office.
Current boundary line splits both the Fost and Fora properties. According to our maps, the vast majority of the Fost property lies within the Shawboro Elementary School boundary line, while the majority of the Fora property lies within the Moyock.
It's pretty specific.
Yeah. Well, and in the last line, though, which Ms. Schlegler had read in earlier, and the Fora property is considered part of the Moyock Elementary School attendance area. So he goes on to say that basically, one's going to one and one's going to the other. This is where, in writing, Mr. Stefanik basically says that he would consider Flora part of the Moyock Elementary School attendance area in its entirety.
And then on the following page, it just references that the district confusion of the properties will be decided sometime in February.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'd suggest that this is why you need to be cautious about considering hearsay as you make a critical finding of fact, because, for example, here you do not have the writer of the email available and present for questioning.
I would just submit, in terms of, as long as we're talking about evidence, this is a statement of the county that was submitted to us in the course of a public records request. It's a public document, and therefore admissible on its own. Whether it's hearsay or not, it's something that Mr. Wells can rely upon in his determination as an expert.
Well, again, I submit you're not required to comply with the formal rules of evidence. However, as you are making a critical finding of fact, you may not rely upon hearsay or evidence that might otherwise be inadmissible.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
I would like, if we're going to conclude this portion and then call Mr. Lutz, I would like the ability to question Mr. Lutz. I'd also like the ability to recall Mr. Wells to the extent we need additional testimony that clarifies things. Is that acceptable?
That's fine, yes.
At this time, I'd like to make sure that the exhibit notebook, the presentation, staff report, staff presentation, agenda, and all attachments, as well as the video of the proceeding tonight, are going to be admitted into the record at the conclusion of the hearing. Is that acceptable, Mr. Chairman?
Any objections to this? Okay, then yes. Okay,
thank you. In sum, at this point in time, we've met our burden to prove our prima facie case, which is what the law requires, that we submit competent, material, and substantial evidence on each of the four findings in 2.4.6D in your UDO and before you on the screen tonight. We've done that with expert opinions from 5 witnesses, experts in their field. The use permit will not endanger the public health or safety based on Mr. Bissell's testimony that the proposed uses and plans meet all applicable UDO provisions, and the plans have been designed to provide adequate utilities to the site. He also testified that utilities are sufficient and will appropriately mitigate any impacts this development will have. Mr. Overcash testified the same, that the internal street and sidewalk network have been designed in a safe manner and will not contribute to public health or safety. Mr. Myers offered that opinion with respect to the sewer system. With respect to factor 2, that the use will not injure the value or adjoining or abutting lands and will be in harmony with the area in which it was located. You received testimony from Mr. Howell, a certified appraiser in North Carolina who's had 7 years of experience, and offered match pair analysis examples of how the use will not tend to injure the value of adjoining or abutting lands and will be in harmony in the area in which it's located. Number 3, the plan will be in conformity with the land use plan or other officially adopted plan. Mr. Bissell and Ms. Glave cited this board's determination on the zoning request that the request was consistent with both the land use plan and the Moyock Small Area Plan. That plan is, of course, consistent with the zoning, and so nothing has changed there, and we meet that requirement. And finally, with respect to the county's ability to provide adequate public facilities, including not limited to schools, fire, and rescue, Mr. Bissell, an expert engineer with decades of experience in the county, testified that we are able to, the county is not exceeding its ability to provide fire, rescue, law enforcement, or other county facilities planned to be implemented here. Mr. Mike Myers, an expert in the sewer design and capacity, testified both that the utility has capacity to take on FOST and FLORA, and that's been certified by both the utility and DWQ, and that the collection system is separate from the treatment system, and that there is no issue with the treatment system. And so approving this development does not exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public facilities. And note that the county has previously determined that this is a private utility, and so that doesn't relate to the adequate public facilities per se, but we thought we'd include it in the discussion of the utilities discussion. And finally, Mr. Wells has testified to the county's ability to provide adequate school facilities from the students expected to be generated from this development at Moyock Elementary. Mr. Wells offered his expert testimony that based on the documents produced to us by the county, that all of the students generated from this in the elementary school from this facility would be able to be serviced by Currituck County schools. And he testified that that can be done in several ways. It doesn't mean 100% capacity at a certain school. There's several different options of calendar requests and different modifications that can be pursued. But we don't even have to go there. But because this board, the county and the Board of Education has provided documentation in response to public records requests indicating that these students will go to Moyock Elementary School. They've also conceded that that expansion will be completed by August 2023, and upon completion, that the school capacity will be 770 students. Based on the ADM produced to us, plus the 69 students that are going to be added by this development, in combination with the phasing that we have corrected and noted on the screen, the students we're adding to this development have facilities that are programmed to be in place by August 2023, and that's within the 2-year window, which would otherwise be December 2023, 2 years from today's date. So with that, we've met our prima facie case, and North Carolina law requires this board to consider competent, material, and substantial evidence. I would like to reserve any time to make some comments about that as we close up the case, but want to defer to Mr. Lutz and any questions the board may have from him.
Okay, thank you, yes. At this time, I'd like to, if Dr. Lutz would come forward to answer a few questions from this board, if he could, but I need to get you sworn in, so if you could get a Bible, and let's get you sworn in here. Let's send a Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you provide tonight be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lutz, if you could state your name, your address, and your position with the school board, or with the schools for the record.
Matt Lutz, Superintendent, Currituck County Schools.
Okay. Address. Oh, and your address, please.
131, sorry. That's the 3114 Kill Double Hills, North Carolina, 27948.
Thank you.
Ms. Glave, could you possibly put that map up out of the packet so we can all see that? There we go. All right, shot our best. Dr. Lutz, are you familiar with this map? Have you seen this before?
Yes.
Okay. Do you consider that to be the line for the school bus, or would you consider? Is that accepted right now by you and your school board?
That is
as
our
the
current line. Yes.
Okay. So you would, in this case, essentially split the students up if this neighborhood was approved tonight and moves forward. As of right this moment, the neighborhood would be divided as far as busing kids to one school or another?
At this point in time, yes.
Okay. Do you know if there's any discussion about moving that line? Have you had any discussion with your board about moving that line at any time?
The last time that I'm aware that there was discussion about moving this line was at the affirmation meetings that I believe you might have been at. And there was discussion about moving that line. Ultimately, there was a small adjustment up in the, how would you say that, where that right angle is, up, which is Mayock and Charborough. That was the adjustment that was made. There was a long discussion regarding moving the line, but the board never officially moved it. There was discussion that they would come back in January, February, and have further discussion. That did not occur. There might have been more discussion, but that boundary line did not move.
So at that boundary line, what does 26 students added to Shawboro look like?
What would 26 students do?
Yeah, what does that look like at the capacity at Shawboro currently?
Well, currently we're at 622 as of today, and we're calling our capacity was 622. So we're right at capacity.
And you have no intention of, or do you have the ability to move mobile units to that school if you had to, or is there room there, or ability with the septic system?
We are, the Charborough site is quite challenging in that the septic system is maxed out at this time.
Okay.
We added 2 mobile units there for this school year.
And touched on mobile units during their testimony. You do not consider those for capacity, do you? Like, is it you use them to catch the overflow, right? But they're not actually part of your capacity numbers. Is that correct?
That is correct. They are not.
Okay.
So in the meantime, let's go to Mayock Elementary. We added mobile classrooms for this school year. We're adding mobile classrooms for next school year, correct?
We are planning adding 3 mobile units at Mayock Elementary School.
For the next school year.
For next school year.
And that takes us to 2020 through 2022 and 2023. What happens if the renovation's not up and running by fall of 2023? What's the plan?
So those, if it's not up and fully running, with those 3 units, we should be able to reutilize the existing space. Currently, we are using the stage, we're using the foyer as you come into the gym, and every amount of space that you can. And I think that we will be able to at least start off the year with the anticipation. If we do have a delay, we'll be able to readjust accordingly.
And then after the remodel, will those trailers stay on site, mobile classrooms stay on site for a period of time, do you think, or are they going to be necessary to?
They will be used until the new elementary school opens.
So
we will need them.
You will need them, right? Okay.
It's at the projections at it at 799, 23, 24.
Wow.
So regarding Sharborough's capacity, then there's no discussions of redistricting or moving students further south?
I'm sorry.
With the current capacity of Charborough, is there any discussions of possibly shifting some students to other schools south?
We have looked at that. Central is pretty much at capacity, even if it doesn't meet the number of actual students. The classroom space due to special programming takes up the space in that building.
Next closest one then would be Griggs.
The next one will be Griggs. Griggs is a building that we do have some space available.
Which is a good little ride down the road.
And Central, does it face the same challenges if you were to have to add mobile classrooms? Is there ability to do that there?
At Central?
Yeah.
Mr. Mullins and I have actually looked into the potential of adding modular units there. We would be able to make those work a little bit easier there. There might be a site, and there's also a public water line, which is another challenging factor.
Right. Okay.
The central. Speaking of Central, all that area behind the playgrounds and all that stuff is probably, I know there's like 2 ball fields back there, basically just 2 backstops. What is that, probably about 12 acres maybe?
I believe so.
Nothing for me, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions from the board right now? If not,
Okay, so, and I may have lost it in the numbers. So if the students that are designated, according to that map, that are headed to Shawboro had to go to Moyoc, what does that do to Moyoc Elementary?
I believe that the current numbers that we're projecting 23, 24, which is when these students would arrive. So I think, is it 23 students in that section?
42.
22?
42.
42.
So we can add that to whatever that projected number is at Moyoc.
So you could handle it?
At Moyoc Elementary?
Right.
I believe we probably could.
Okay, and what families would be displaced if that school line moved? Because I know moving school lines can be politically sensitive, right? People are very possessive over where their kids go to school. But what families would be impacted if the school board moved that line today? None. Sorry,
None
it was a leading question.
It seemed like it was a gimme.
I'm sorry.
There may be some squatters out there, Paul, you don't know
There may be
about.
some squatters in the trees back there somewhere.
When there's no kids there, it's a whole lot easier to move the line.
That's my point. And you know.
Which, those are all, we're trying to hold off on any of the redistricting lines for as long as we can, so we have to do that one painful moment.
Right.
And then the next question is, and this may be a combination of Mark and you, Dr. Lutz, is there, in the interconnectivity, it seems to me that most of that's north of the Roland Canal. Is that correct? I'm getting nods to the affirmative. Okay, so from a transportation perspective, for those kids to go to Shawboro, the school buses are going to drive completely through that neighborhood to pick up a bunch of kids at the bottom and then drive all the way back through that neighborhood to get out. Is that, I mean,
yeah,
that's the only way in and out, I guess, is my point. So, I mean, it's about as bad a transportation plan as you can come up with is kind of
There's connectivity between Fost and...
It's up at the north.
Yeah, it's at the north. Well, there's
There's
one road at the bottom on the last phase, but
I'm sorry, what was that?
You want me to slide to the map that shows the connectivity?
You can see it rolling. Sure.
there you go. So at the western part, there is one road in and out, and then the 4 connectors at the north, the eastern.
And I'm sorry, I guess this isn't for you, Dr. Lutz, but those houses, okay, as I look at that line, the houses that are the first up, are they in the north part of Flora or the south?
That would be.
Sorry, dang it. I guess, Dr. Lutz, thank you. The question is going to be for, I guess.
Okay. Any other
somebody
questions
else.
for Dr.
Well,
Lutz?
yeah,
Hold on. No, any other questions for the board? If not, I'm going to give the council the opportunity to ask some questions.
It would have been nice. Dr. Lutz, you made several statements earlier with respect to the nature of the map that's shown on the screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the map that's shown on the screen has a label approved by BOE on 12/10/2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who placed that label on the map?
I'm assuming Yvette Jones.
Do you know that Jones said that?
I do not know.
You don't know.
It was-
When was that label placed on the map?
I don't know.
I placed the label on the map for clarification for this meeting. Does that help?
Ms. Glebe, I can call you, but if you want to just
Oh,
let us
I'm
know
sorry.
if you want to let us know when that was placed on the map, that'd be great.
Probably about 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Prior to that, had you seen a version of this map with the date superimposed, Mr. Lutz?
I can't recall.
Okay, and that would explain why that map was not in the production you shared with us. Is that right?
I have not seen with the date on it, no.
Okay. And you did participate in the production of documents to us, correct?
To a degree, yes.
Okay. Did someone else at the Board of Education participate in that?
No, I put the work together.
Okay. We talked earlier about copies, the request I made for copies of draft student assignment plans that the county school system has evaluated since 2018. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the map on the screen is, in fact, a student assignment plan. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. And it illustrates attendance zones at some point in time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And were you here in the hearing room when that map was presented as part of tab 10 with Mr. Wells' testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm flipping to that now. In the back of tab 10, would you say that that is the same map that's shown on the screen without the label?
Yes.
I'll flip to the front of tab 10. Read me the date of that email.
December 3rd, 2019.
Okay. And it's between Mark Stefanik and Harry Lee?
Yes.
And who was Harry Lee, if you know?
I don't know.
You were also in the courtroom when we were talking about the nature of the December 11th email behind tab 9 of Mr. Wells' report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And who is that email from? At the top, sorry.
The original email is from Ben Stykeleather.
Okay. And who is addressed to?
Mark Stefanik and C.C. Karen Etheridge.
Who is Karen Etheridge?
She's the board chairman.
Was she the board chairman as of December 11th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And the email is a response to an email with those same persons below, correct?
Yes.
With the same date, December 11th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Stefanik writes, Ben, I'm writing this email to provide additional information regarding item 3 below. BOE is requesting the county table all hearings. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And the second sentence, Mr. Wells read into the record that the Board of Education would like to rescind that request, correct?
Yes.
At that time, based on your practice and understanding, was Mr. Stefanik speaking on behalf of the Board of Education?
I can't answer that.
But Mrs. Etheridge was copied, correct? We just established
Yes.
that. And she would have had the opportunity to contest the contents of this email, correct?
I can't speak for her, but that would be a question for Ms. Etheridge.
Right. She could have emailed Mr. Stykeleather and said, wait a minute, that's not what the board decided at all. Correct?
That would have been her choice, and I can't answer a question for her.
And you didn't produce any emails regarding that in the production to us from the county, correct?
I did not.
And at the end of this email where Mr. Stefanik is explaining what the Board of Education has done, the last sentence reads, therefore, based on the current school boundary line, that would have been current as of December 11th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that would have been the map that we're looking at there that you just testified was associated with December 3rd email, correct? The then current line that he's referring to would have been the map that we're looking at on the screen that was attached to the December 3rd email that came before December 11th.
I'm getting asked questions that Mark Stefanik can answer. I was not. I didn't send this email, and I didn't put. I don't know what was it, the 19th that we had our meeting. I don't know if the date's stamped on here, so we're going to ask again.
Sure. We just talked about, I showed you the map attached to December 3rd email. Do you remember that? Behind tab 3, and we talked about how that map looks to be the same map that's on the screen, right?
Yes.
And you just told the board that that's the current boundary line. Did you not?
I did.
Okay. And that map is attached to December 3rd email, correct?
I don't know. I didn't send the email.
But you produced the email in response to my request.
I didn't produce that email.
Is your contention that the email...
This email came from county office.
Okay.
No, not from me. That's why I'm...
That's fine. We can just read the contents. It's not important that you particularly produce it, but what is important is that we've just seen it, that it is similar to the email attached to the December 3rd. And my question to you is, when Mr. Stefanik, as of December 11th, is recounting what the Board of Education has decided, he then cites something at the last line there. Can you read that for us, please? There, starting with therefore.
Therefore, based on the current school boundary line, the Foss property is considered part of the Scarborough Elementary attendance area, and the Flora property is considered part of the Noyak Elementary School attendance area.
And that statement of the attendance zone would contradict what is shown on the screen, would it not?
It potentially could.
Does the email describe any part of the Flora property being considered in the Shawborough district? You can read the email if you'd like to.
I read this. I read the email plenty of times. I also watched what went on in the board, and that line never actually changed. So to me, the line didn't move on here, but what was written there certainly seems a bit contradictory.
Okay. You mentioned that you don't consider. Was your testimony earlier that you don't consider modular units in your capacity numbers?
That has been the practice.
Okay. But you could. You have the ability to do that, do you not?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be following a state standard, would it not?
I don't know what the state standard is.
Okay. In response to the public records request, I read out an email from Ms. Donna Valiva on the back side of tab 8. Flip that for you. Now, I understand you might not have produced each of these documents, but this is an email from Donna Valiva to, did you see that there?
Yes.
Okay. And the forward reads, please see the records provided by the school and responses below.
Yes.
And there is a series of responses below from you to Donna, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's dated November 29th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
Did you, in fact, produce
Yes.
these to Ms. Valiva? Okay. And in response to the request for number 5, which was copies of draft student assignment plans the county school system has evaluated since 2018, you said non-applicable hasn't been conducted yet. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so the county hasn't conducted any assignment plans based on shifting boundary lines.
The county we have not done any, but again, you could make. I believe what you're trying to introduce is that this was that taking place.
Well, I'm just asking why you responded that way.
We had not, when we talked internally, we had not set up or looked at, that we were aware of our current group that's there, that we had redrawn boundary lines to look at how we could reassess moving forward.
Okay. And you testified earlier that you had not redistricted boundary lines recently. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
In the last year?
We have not in the last year.
Okay. And I believe your testimony was you haven't done it because it's painful, right?
There's so much growth, and we needed to get a plan in place, another elementary schools, these expansions, and once those are in place, then we thought it was time to then move forward with that.
Okay. But you have the ability to come up with a redistricting plan today, correct?
The board would have to approve that.
And has that been pursued by the board?
We have not pursued it within the past year.
Okay. How long have you been in your tenure as superintendent?
September 3rd, 2020. Interim June 13th.
Sorry.
Interim from June 13th, 2020, and officially September 3rd.
Okay. Since June of 2020, has your office conducted any type of evaluation for student assignment plans?
We have not.
Okay. But you have the ability to do that since that time, isn't that right?
We always have the ability.
Okay. You mentioned that there was a request that we made. Let's see here. Any records of number 14. This is also we have behind tab 8. we requested any records of the county using any of the following measures to relieve crowding since 2019. Multi-track scheduling, portable classrooms, building additions, mobile classrooms, leased facilities, and redistricting. And you provided a response to that. Number 14, could you read out your response to number 14 for the board, please?
6 modular classrooms have been added to MES to relieve overcrowding. 2 modular classrooms have been added to SES to relieve overcrowding.
Okay, so you have used the modular tool to relieve overcrowding in the public county schools, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you used any of the other tools that that are outlined in that request? Multi-track scheduling?
No.
Mobile, leased facilities for schools? Okay. But you've had the ability to do that during this time, correct?
We haven't had to consider those options.
Have those options been available to you to explore since at the time that you served as interim superintendent in June?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Lutz, based on the 2 modular classrooms in place at Shawboro to relieve overcrowding, what does that bring the capacity to at Shawboro?
The modular units are not in additional. We do not count that as part of our capacity numbers.
Okay, and when you say that, you mean you don't count as part of your physical brick and mortar capacity. Is that fair? Let me phrase it another way. What you're saying is there are 2 modular classrooms in place at Shawboro Elementary, correct?
True.
How many students or how many seats per mobile classroom exist there today?
It depends on the class.
Do you know how many seats are available or able to be fit in each modular unit?
Generally, I think a standard of 25 would be safe, max.
And are those filled with students today?
They're used every day.
Are they filled with 25 students apiece?
At times. Every class size is a little bit different.
What do you mean by that?
Depends on what the modulars are used for at any given setting.
So they might rotate out different classes?
Correct.
Okay. So even though there's additional children there, you're not counting that in the official capacity numbers of the school. Is that what you mean?
We do not count modular units as official capacity numbers.
Okay. I'm wrapping up. This time I don't have any further questions for this witness. I would like to call on Mr. Wells when the board is finished with any questions it might have.
May I ask Dr. Lutz a question?
Yes, you may.
Do you have the authority to move a boundary line yourself as the superintendent?
I do not.
And if a boundary line was moved, would you not be aware of it, and should not the board have voted on it? If the board decided that they wanted to move a boundary line.
Ultimately, the board makes the final decision in terms of where the boundary line.
And they would notify the superintendent of the change?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Lutz, when you talk about capacity in the modulars, there's number of students in each one. You said that about 25 generally is what you would think they would hold. Why would the numbers vary? Is there capacity? Is there classroom caps? I mean, there's a myriad of reasons, right? Why, with the DPI handing down, why capacities vary and change, especially now. Is that correct?
Yes, we're largely impact. We have the class size mandate for K3 has a huge impact on our schools and requires us to use more classrooms to make sure those mandates are met.
Okay, thank you. And just to reiterate, when you came into this job, is it your understanding that that was the boundary line for these 2 school districts?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any further discussion or questions for Dr. Lutz from this board? Well, if none, I will say thank you, Dr. Lutz. Thank you. At this time, I believe that they have public comment, public hearing phase that we'll enter into. And I have some people signed up. I don't know how to spell his last. Is it Gina?
Here she comes.
Okay, thank you. If you could just state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Jenna Kehoe. I live at 281 Greenview Road in Eagle Creek. I think we may have signed up on the wrong sheet. We might have done the general comments, but I'm really glad that we were here for this whole thing. First, I would like to request a moratorium on Flora or any subdivision attaching to the water treatment plant at Eagle Creek until that system is fixed. We do not oppose new homes. We do not oppose the subdivisions at all. We are opposing the crisis in our neighborhood that's been going on for 24 months. Now, we've heard from everyone. We know that you guys have wanted to help us. We understand that. However, it's been 24 months and nothing has changed. There have been court dates, there have been fines, there have been judgments, but nothing has changed. And we feel it would be appropriate if you said no. Nobody else can attach to this system until it's fixed. Now, all of these engineers and doctors and attorneys, they can put pressure on Sandler. They can put pressure on Mr. Myers, you know it's not personal, to get the system fixed. There is raw sewage in this neighborhood. It's unacceptable. And I know you guys all say that you're powerless to it, but you're not now. There is something that you can do. The inadequate facilities all over the schools, by the way. That's a whole other subject about all these kids coming in. But I'm talking about Eagle Creek and you guys taking care of the 420 families that live there right now. This is a great opportunity for you to step in and help us by saying they cannot use our facility until they fix the entire system. And you do have the authority to do it, and you do have the power to do it. Mr. Etheridge, you said a little while ago, we can only control what we control. Sir, I heard you say, we've wanted to help, we know it's ridiculous, but we can't. But right now, you guys can. And if you do allow this, Eagle Creek falls to the side once again. What is going to encourage them to get it done? When is it ever going to get fixed? Who's going to be responsible for it? We have, I believe your own staff, in fact, internally quoted a letter from the NCDEQ that the wastewater treatment plant must demonstrate consistent performance, achieving permit treatment requirements prior to submittal of a sewer extension permit application. They haven't done that. They haven't done that. And they can't do it because it's not up to par. I understand the difference between the collection unit, right, and the treatment facility, but they are run and owned by the same company. The same company who for 24 months has turned a blind eye to sewage, like in the driveway, in the streets, in people's bathrooms. And we are powerless to do it. You guys say you can't do anything. A North Carolina judge issued a statement saying that Sandler is in constant violation of the requirements put on their permits. Why is that going to change? They're not going to change until you prevent them from making money. And the only way to do that is to let all these other people put pressure on Sandler or on Mr. Myers to get it done, get the system up and running. That's how you can help the local people. We've been desperate for help. You've said that you're desperate to help us, but nothing's getting done. And now we can talk about school buses that can't handle the number of children that we have right now. there's another great opportunity to shut this down for now until it's squared away. Can we count on your consideration? Can the residents of Eagle Creek expect that you will support us here in this?
What I will tell you is that we do sit as a quasi-judicial. We do have to, we sit as a court system, so we have to make decisions based on the evidence presented by expert witnesses, and we have to utilize that in our decisions. And the consideration from each one of these board members will take that into consideration what was presented and weigh the testimonies and the witnesses who presented that testimony. That's how the decision has to be made. And if we do not follow those procedures, correct me if I'm wrong, then our decision could be challenged at a higher level. Is that pretty much the...
Yes, an applicant has the right to appeal to the Superior Court to review your decision if you deny it, yes.
Okay. So based on that, yes, we will be considering all discussions that were made in evidence tonight.
So where can we find the specific definition of an adequate facility? Because so far, I think we have very different definitions. So if you find that you have to support this or you will support this because you believe these facilities are adequate, not inadequate, what are those standards based on? Is that written somewhere? Is it a law somewhere? Is it how folks are feeling? Because, again, there is sewage, and this company doesn't care. This company, who stands to make a ton of money, where can we find that definition? And I'm not even being rude. I'm just wondering, what determines adequate or inadequate?
We have documents, the UDO, and the documents that were stated tonight.
The other thing is you have expert testimony, right? So when we looked at this tonight, they put on a case that brought experts for it, not lay people, and so we have to consider their testimony above all else because they are experts in their fields. And tonight we're really just giving ostensibly just giving a special use permit for this project to move forward to the next phase. Before they can actually hook up to the system, they have to be, and you said it, in compliance, right, in substantial compliance. So that's where DEQ comes in the Utilities Commission. And they are the ones that determine whether or not that system is operating at a level that they can accept more flow.
And that's where your comment about the flows, if they can't establish that, they don't go on to the next step.
Right.
And they're taking the risk for that because if they can't get that permit, then the project's going to stop because they can't hook up.
Okay.
I would also direct you in the agenda packet to pages 146 to 170. That is the history of the adequate facilities ordinance in our county. And I think you might get some answers as to what adequate meant when the ordinance was passed. So 146 to 170 in the agenda packet, which is on the internet.
Excellent. I have that.
Okay.
And in that agenda packet is where I found the letters from NCDEQ, as well as the judge saying they are still in chronic violation.
So to adjust, to point to your put financial pressure, right? Were this to be approved tonight, right? The builder developer has 50 homes that are sold that he can't let people buy and move in because DEQ hasn't given them the green light to hook up. Do you follow me?
Sure.
Right?
Oh, yeah,
You want to talk
I
about
absolutely do.
You want to talk about financial motivation? They will be knocking down the door to make sure Eagle Creek system is up and running and all of the permits are in place and all the thumbs up are there.
A lot of permits are in place with stipulations. And according to the documents on your website, those stipulations are completely ignored. DEQ has been out to our homes. They're appalled.
But you
They've been
said,
there. They have
let me slow you down just a little bit, okay? You're into two different areas again.
I
and
am.
you just said that you understood the difference between the collection system and the plant, right? And what you're talking about is the collection system, not
sir, I'm
the
not.
plant. The plant
No.
has problems, which we talked about this evening.
I understand
And they
that.
have started making repairs on it, and according to their testimony this evening, they are in substantial compliance. Their limits are right there, right now.
I
So
don't even think Mr. Meyer, is that what you said, that you were in substantial? Could you repeat that?
the number.
I asked that question. I asked the question. I'm sorry. I asked the question to Mr. Myers as far as just separating the two. And when that place was built, I mean, I have like extensive history from it from 99 till 1999 till today. Played golf out there Friday. But when that was built, and that's why I asked that question about not the collection, because
I know how it works.
Yeah, I thought that picture, and that's why I asked the two questions. I thought those pipes were connected, and then when they said that they weren't because of the maps, so that was my one. And then my second question was there any current violations at the treatment plant itself? I know the collection system is terrible.
Oh,
But the
it
plant-
absolutely is. Oh, no, but there have definitely been issues at the plant, which is why when I believe Mr. Myers was asked if he's gotten the permit yet, getting everything resolved to get the permit, no, because it hasn't been resolved
Right.
yet. There absolutely are issues at the plant, which he can testify to. I can't get into those specifics.
But he did testify that he's got the permits for Faust.
And that's when my husband and I looked at each other and feared that, we can't just kick the can. We did it for Foss, we'll do it for Flora. We did it here, we did it there. I don't know how we got those, because he's still in violation.
EQ, that's not the county.
Offering testimony.
Okay.
Your definition for adequate public facilities is in section 6.6 of the UDO.
Yes.
And it says that required public facilities be in place or programmed to be in place. I
What does
helped
that
write the adequate public facilities ordinance.
Okay, let me
It's intended to be a planning tool.
Okay, let me interject really quick here. We're getting a little off subject now. We're getting into UDO. This was a time for public hearing to provide some testimony, evidentiary information to help with the decision tonight. We appreciate your input and we understand the concerns of the community there, but we need to focus on testimonies and try to make a decision.
Yes.
My
apologies.
No, and we appreciate you coming up and presenting, but we need you to stay focused on what we're here tonight to try to discuss.
Sure. To be clear, this is about how you get, by
Okay.
stopping Flora because of the sewage system, right? That can put pressure on them to help Eagle Creek. I get these are two different issues, but for as long as we've been told there's nothing we can do, in fact, you can do something with this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next I had was Brian Dodd. And if you could state your name and address for the record, and just to reiterate this, we we did swear that would be expert testimony of the evidence provided tonight.
No problem. Good evening. Thank you. My name is Brian Dodd. I live at 281 Greenview. I'm in Eagle Creek as well. I understand this is evidentiary, so I'm going to keep it to tonight. I had a whole bunch of other stuff to say, so I'm just going to keep it tonight. I understand the three permits. You have Faust, you have the plant, and then you have Eagle Creek. Got the three permits, got it down, understand what we're doing there. When Mr. Meyer was asked about the tie-ins for Faust and for Flora, would our system at Eagle Creek affect those systems? He first said no. But I want you to go back and look at the record before you guys make a decision. He changed his answer to should. It should not. Eagle Creek, our sewage problem, should not affect the water treatment plant for Faust and for Flora. I would like a definition of should, because we're talking about if Eagle Creek system, being what it is, can have a cascading effect on Faust and Flora, I think that needs to be brought up. I think if there's a potential failure at the plant because of our tie-in and our system problems, now you're talking about 277 new complaints to you guys about systems failing because Eagle Creek, oh my gosh, we're still not up to par. So just understand that that is Mike Meyer's own words, is that it should not affect. I think that needs to be brought into the record. Define should. And that's all I had to say.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Dodd. Let's see. The other individuals signed up, I believe, gave testimony for the application. Jamie, Mark Bissell, Mike Myers. That was what the sign up was for, correct?
Yes, we just
okay,
put our team.
Then I will if you have any comments back or questions.
Yes, I'd just like to
answers
recall Mr. Wells, if that's all right.
Yep. Closing comments or.
Yes, I'd like to recall Mr. Wells to the stand.
Okay.
As a rebuttal witness.
Thank you. Yes.
Before she speaks with him, I know there was this individual in the back of the room that asked, I guess when he got in here late, if he could speak. So
I am sorry. I apologize. No. I did not ask if anybody missed a sign up that wanted to speak on this. If you did, I'm sorry. If you could please come forward, I had to get your hand, get you sworn in. Sorry, it's just been a long night and a lot going on, and I forgot to ask that question. So if you could get a Bible, place your left hand on the Bible and raise your hand. Okay, do you solemnly swear the testimony you provide will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
I'm David Robertson, and it's 104 Lariat Trail, Moyock, North Carolina. I live in Ranchland. Second to the last street on your map is Lariat Trail, and if you look into the far corner of the map, there's a large retention pond that's, I guess it's kind of oval shaped, but that backs up to the 5 acres I have, and my 5 acres comes exactly to where they are going to dig that retention pond, and there's a ditch behind my house within less than 100 feet. The ditch is about 2 foot deep. It was dug many years ago when Mr. Floor's father was living. And, and I know this because I was very good friends with Mr. Floor. And so it's filled in over the years. But in that corner of that retention pond, I believe they're stating from that area moving towards the 168 road would be wetlands. Okay, in 1998, Kathleen Corbett, my fiance, bought the 5 acres. And the lot that is right to where it says wetlands has less than the 2 foot ditch going to the other side, which is deemed wetlands. Her property was never deemed wetlands when she bought it. Okay, so I guess the question I have is I have talked to Justin about digging that ditch line back towards the 168 direction, which would be at the end of Lariat Trail, which is a court. And digging that ditch there, which is not deemed wetlands, back towards our property, which is going to go towards Ranchland Trail and Lariat Trail intersection. She's lived there since 1998. We've had 2 floods, but recently 2 floods where I have pictures where it's flooded the whole backyard and our front ditch out front due to what was basically southerly winds blowing out of the south for about 9 days straight, and thunderstorms. I used to live in Beechwood Shores I lived there for 25 years. And when the south winds blow in, of course, the sounds fill up. Albemarle, Currituck, all of us know that. Rolling Creek, I used to fish it with a canoe when I lived in Beechwood Shores. Well, once those sounds fill up, Rolling Creek basically fills up. And to my understanding, I think some of these tributary ditches that are going into Rolling Creek, what happens when this north wind blows for 9 days again, and then these retention ponds are dug, and I hear that some of them are going to drain to Rolling Creek. So I guess the question is, do they flood? Do they flow again and flood? If they do, when I lived in Beechwood Shores, it would come up to my bulkhead. But the problem I have and the concern is the lots that I have close to the third acre over, since the trees were cut down behind us, which is 100 feet from the back of our house to that 2-foot ditch, all those trees were cut down to build these neighborhoods and to put the retention ponds in and stuff. Okay, so nothing is sucking up the water anymore. Thousands upon thousands of whatever the acreage of trees were cut. And so I asked them the question of would they be able to dig the ditch all the way from the end of Lariat back down towards Ranchland and Lariat Trail intersection where the largest retention pond is going to be. And they said, well, the Army Corps' engineer has the right to whatever happens over the wetlands, which is supposed to be on one side of my ditch, and then I guess my property what hadn't been deemed wetlands unless somehow or another it has proceeded to be wetlands. If that ditch is not dug, my property is going to flood completely. The 5 acres will flood, not just the 2 acres that's flooding on the far end towards 168. So I guess the concern is, I'm also asking you, what should I do? Contact the Army Corps of Engineers or tell y'all this problem and we go from there? I know that Justin, he understands and we've talked and I don't have any hard feelings with the neighborhood. The neighborhood, I'm all about expanding Moyock and stuff. But I know that he says they might not have the right to dig on the Army Corps of Engineers property, which is deemed wetlands. Well, I said, okay, you can cross over to my property and literally cut down trees to be able to get an excavator in there and dig that ditch, even though the trees are cut down on their property where it's already deemed wetlands. So the concern I guess I have is, I have 5 acres there, and it's possibly going to flood us out to the point we're going to move.
Well, they're going to have to eventually provide us with a stormwater plan that's going to address the drainage issues. At that time, your concerns would be addressed and taken consideration on the stormwater, and further discussions would be the ditching, the wetlands, Army Corps. But that'll be at another stage, and at that point, we can address ditches, drainage, storm. So
Sure.
that would be another stage that would come before us, and we would discuss that further, getting the input from the landowners and making sure that these problems aren't going to persist. That's not
Right.
part of tonight's stages, but if it goes forward, that would be presented to us, and all those concerns would then be addressed, and you'd be able to provide some more information on your property and making sure it's being addressed.
Okay. Is that stage 5 or 4? Which? I was just curious. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, no, it's not important right now for this.
Yeah.
What
Okay.
we're doing tonight.
All right.
I'm just
Well, I
letting you know
appreciate-
that's going to be addressed later on at
Right.
another stage. So
Yeah, they
right
will be back in
now-
front of us.
What's that?
They will be back
Yeah,
in
they'll
front
be
of
back
us.
in front of us. My point is that it's not being ignored. This is not the evening to discuss the stormwater portion of it.
Sure.
That would be another meeting, but that's not going to be part of our decisions tonight.
Okay.
But
Well, I didn't mean to take your time.
no, you're fine. But that'll be another stage that we'll have to discuss it again and make sure it's addressed.
Okay.
So
All right.
No,
Well, thank you for your
no,
time.
thank you, sir. Is there anybody else who did not sign up for public hearing that would wish to come before us that did not sign up? Well, hold on one second. Okay. Hold on. Sit down. No. All right. I'm going to hold on. All right. Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing.
No, we do want to recall Mr. Wells.
Oh, I'm sorry. You did want. Well, then apologize. Okay. The public comment portion of it. Yeah, I can close the. I'm sorry. I'm going to close the public comment portion of this.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm going to close the public's portion of this, and then reopen. Yes. Council, yes.
We don't get off.
Sorry, public comment was being closed. I'm sorry if I misstated that, so.
Okay, Mr. Wells, you were in the hearing room when Mr. Bates gave testimony about how Currituck County has handled capacity in recent years, correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And we mentioned some various tools that are able to be pursued. Have you examined those tools? Well, let me start here. Is it your opinion that adequate public schools do not require a finding that we cannot exceed 100% capacity?
My opinion is no. There's more to adequacy than simply a numbers game.
And in your experience, are there schools operating throughout North Carolina at above 100% capacity?
Yes, there are.
Does that happen in a typical type of county?
Generally, it occurs in counties that are experiencing, and school districts that are experiencing growth.
Would you consider Currituck County to be in that category?
My understanding is it is, yeah.
So, is it accurate to say that one path to finding adequate public schools would be allowing Shawboro Elementary to operate at over 100% capacity?
And that is one option.
Have you examined some others?
Well, we already talked about mobile units, so it may not be a good use of time to talk about those again.
Well, we can just revisit that very quick. Are mobile units a tool that are available to provide adequate capacity for public schools?
Oh, yes, and as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, that's frequently done. As a matter of fact, there are in excess of 5,000 mobile units currently in use across the state today as we speak.
Okay. What are some other tools that you've encountered to reach adequate school capacity?
I've also seen school districts effectively use leased facilities. Perhaps the most common of that are closed parochial and private schools that are particularly well suited for educational purposes. I also have seen and experienced scheduling variations. I think we mentioned earlier the issue of multi-track scheduling, which has the ability actually to increase the number of students that can be accommodated in a particular school building by 25 to 30% without exceeding the building numerical capacity. Shifting terminal grades from one school to the next, for instance, K-5 school could become a K-4 school, shifting the fifth grade to a middle school in the event that receiving school has sufficient space for the fifth grade. Those are a few of only a number of different strategies that I've seen used successfully in other school districts.
Okay. What about funding or expanding existing schools?
Oh yeah, sure. That's a common strategy as well. Constructing building additions, of course, constructing new schools and redistricting students into those new schools is frankly the preferred longer term solution to relieving crowding.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Your analysis and your expert opinion was based on the attendance zone of Flora being set as entirely within Moyock Elementary. Is that right?
That's right. Mm-hmm.
And you did that based on the documents that were produced to us in advance of tonight, correct?
That's correct.
And you participated in those document requests and received the answers,
yes.
right? Okay. So it's your opinion that based on everything you see here, let me ask you, is your opinion still accurate based on the testimony you've heard tonight that that Flora development does not exceed the county's ability to provide public adequate facilities?
That's correct, and it gets back to and I said in my original testimony, the operative term there is the ability. Oftentimes, the ability to do something isn't necessarily simple, but if it's able, it should be considered.
Okay. And we talked about one of those abilities would be allowing school to operate at above 100% capacity, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you were here when, or you read the staff report, which indicated that 24 students would be generated to the Shawboro Elementary School District and the balance to Flora, right?
Yes.
Okay. And those 24 students, if that's in fact correct, would be added to the existing ADM of Shawboro Elementary, correct?
Shawboro.
Yes.
Correct.
And if you'll read for me on tab 11, what is the current ADM associated with Shawboro Elementary?
610.
Okay. And what is 610? Excuse me. And what is the, we've looked at the capacity of Shawboro Elementary in connection with the FOSS case. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let me turn to an element that we're going to have admitted in the FOSS case, but will help for illustrating the testimony here tonight. If you could turn in behind tab, the FOSS tab in your notebooks, tab 12. Do you recognize this as the adequate school capacity chart produced by the county?
Yes.
And what number is associated with Shawboro Elementary School for the 2021-2022 school year?
622.
Okay. And it's highlighted there. Do you see that? And it says a key at the bottom. Can you read what that key says?
A3 full implementation year.
Okay. And does that refer to the class size legislation that was referred to earlier?
I believe that's what it refers to.
And in fact, the prior years have a larger school capacity of 641, right?
Reflecting pre-implementation of that.
Okay. But if we take the 2021 capacity of 622 and we add, I'll have you add 622, excuse me, sorry, that was Moyac. $622 plus 24. Okay.
646.
Okay. And divide that by, sorry, I'm doing this now. I think I'm adding the wrong thing. I'm sorry. If you could add the ADM, yes, I know, I did it just a second ago, I knew it was right. Okay, if you could add the current ADM behind tab 12, which you testified to is 610.
610.
I wanted to get the ADM. Hold on. So, yes, the 610, excuse me, plus 24.
24. Okay, I thought that's what you were doing. 634.
Now divide that by 622, which was the capacity.
Is this going to take much more longer with the math, please?
Sorry, I was math is not my
102%.
Okay.
102%.
I used to be able to do this in my head.
Okay.
So, Mr. Wells, is it your opinion that even if we were to accept the boundary line as it's standing today and had to split students between Flora and, between Moyac Elementary and Shawboro Elementary, the resulting capacity at Shawboro would be 102%?
That would appear to be the number.
Okay. And that's one of the tools that the county has the ability to to use operating above 100%, correct?
It's not uncommon for schools to manage their population above their building capacity, 100% of their building capacity.
Okay.
That's correct.
You mentioned earlier that it's important to, one of the best tools is to plan ahead for expansions or, in fact, new schools to handle capacity. Do you remember that?
Right.
Okay. And what are some of the things that school districts do in order to plan ahead for that?
Well, one of the things that it depends on whether you're talking about replacing a new school, replacing an old school with a new school, but for the purpose of this discussion, I think you're just talking about responding to growth. One of the things that is critically important is for the school district to develop and maintain a long-range school facilities master plan, which chronicles the need for additional school space based on instructional changes, legal mandates, and of course projected increases in enrollments, and then matches that with strategies and capital investments in new school construction and other instructional changes within existing schools to respond to those demands and those changes. So I think the cornerstone of anything in terms of preparation is to have a long-range school facility master plan.
Are there any requirements by the General Assembly that occur?
There's a general statute that requires school districts in the state of North Carolina to develop and maintain and update every 5 years a long-range school facility master plan.
Did you request that in this case?
We requested that as part of the request for this hearing.
And what did you learn about the status of that plan?
Evidently, it does not exist.
It was mentioned earlier about the history of the adequate public facilities ordinance. Have you reviewed the materials in the agenda packet?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. And based on that review of those materials, that was about 1994, is that right?
Yes, 1994.
And based on those materials, did it appear that a facility plan was in place at the time that ordinance was passed?
There was reference to a facilities master plan at the time.
And why does that make sense to you in terms of governing school growth?
Because I think if there's a facilities master plan in place that chronicles the intent of the counties and the school districts to make investments and make necessary assignment changes, it makes this whole discussion about school adequacy and sufficiency a lot less murky, because there are policy documents upon which the adequacy and the sufficiency of future school facilities and the availability can be based when it matched against student projections and based on estimated numbers of students from proposed future developments like Flora and like Foss.
And in your examination of the materials produced by the county, were there other schools that were under 100% capacity?
There were, yes.
Any elementary schools?
I'm going to have to look on my table.
Ms. Schwedler, we're not the Board of Education. This is a fascinating line of questions, but it's not us. You seem to be delving into Board of Education stuff. I get you're trying to lay down a foundation, but we're over capacity. We're at capacity at one school, Shawboro Elementary. Moyock Elementary is over capacity currently. We have a plan in place within the next 2 years to expand that school and have substantial completion in 2023. So can we wrap this up at some point? I mean, it's already almost 10 o'clock, and you've got another case before us this evening.
And I'm sorry that it's taken so long tonight, Commissioners. I think it's evident that there's materials that were produced us that contradicted what were produced.
And I think you've adequately shown that you got information that is different than what was presented this evening and established that.
I think we can wrap up this line of questioning with just several questions. Mr. Wells, based on your expert opinion, are there adequate public facilities in place to serve the students generated from Flora, even if some of 24 of those students are in fact found to be in the attendance zone Scarborough on the street?
Scarborough. I would say that the answer to that is yes. It has the potential, if the split attendance zone is held in place, that would just result in 24 fewer students being assigned to Moyac once Florida gets built out.
Thank you. I can wrap up summary of the case, or you can ask, you can ask Mr. Wells any questions you'd like to ask, or I could proceed with wrapping up the case.
Board got any questions? Nope. I guess go ahead with your wrap-up summary.
I'll make it brief. And I apologize for how late it is tonight. This would be more streamlined if we had all of the same information that was presented before. But be that as it may, we've provided competent material and substantial evidence from an expert opinion on each of these matters. I won't go over the first several factors because none of that testimony was rebutted or presented in any different capacity. I'm trying to get my standards back up, but essentially the testimony of Mr. Bissell, Mr. Myers, Mr. Howell, were all uncontroverted. And what North Carolina law says is when you meet your prima facie case and you prove competent material and substantial evidence on each of the four factors, and that goes uncontroverted, then the special use permit must issue. It is only when expert testimony has been contradicted, and that must be rising to the level of an expert in the same field. So, for example, the transportation expert testimony must be rebutted by another transportation expert. And what you have here in this case are 5 expert witnesses that have made their prima facie case and met their burden on each of the 5 elements. On the other hand, we had several laypersons offer their personal testimony, which we understand but is not competent to rebut expert testimony that's given in this case. We also understand there are opinions and things shared by Mr. Lutz. Mr. Lutz testified after Mr. Wells. And while these might seem like they're just Board of Education issues, the fact is a requirement for the special use permit to be approved that we satisfy 2.4.6D, which requires us to show that there are adequate public facilities in place. Now, 6.6 adds to that and says it's got to be programmed in place or in place at the time of the approval or within 2 years of the approval. I don't know of any other case in the county where you've applied that standard of the 2-year rule. We look back through the staff reports. I haven't seen it be played out anywhere else. Maybe that's because it's just a different type of development in Moyac or the different type of development here. But we've taken upon ourselves to prove both of those things because they are germane to the case and what we must show to prove them. And what we've done is offered expert testimony that we satisfy both factors because there's an ability of the county. This development does not exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public schools. It doesn't say that it must exceed the county's ability of 100% capacity. It just says adequate public schools. And the only competent evidence in front of you is from the only expert in the room who has testified that because the Flora line appears to direct everybody to Moyac Elementary and there's capacity there within 2 years, we've satisfied the statute. Now, the staff has conflated and mixed the adequacy with the capacity, but the only evidence before you says that in order to find adequate public schools, you don't stop at 100%. You don't build a new school with 101% student. What you do is you maintain fiscal responsibility and you make a plan as required by state statute, and you turn that in every 5 years, and you fund new schools and you build. And so what the only expert in the room has said to this board and offered competent evidence is that there is an ability to provide adequate public schools. There are, in fact, several different tools. Mr. Lutz testified that he does not know the state standards. And that's unfortunate because the UDO is predicated on state standards. It says adequacy is determined by state standards. And the only person in the room that testified about that is Mr. Wells. Mr. Lutz also testified that that the board is able to pursue all of these other opportunities, the modular units, the year-round districting, the calendar options, the exceeding the 100% capacity, but the redistricting, but they haven't done it for various reasons. But that's not what your UDO says. Your UDO says that this project will not exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public schools based on state standards. We've made our case. It's been uncontroverted. Mr. Lutz was not sworn in as an expert witness, and so the only evidence in this case under North Carolina law points to granting of this special use permit. There can be many feelings and opinions about the testimony, but at the end of the day, what the law looks at is it competent? Are these persons qualified? Is it material? Does it go to the issue at hand? And is it substantial? Did it get to the issue that this board is required to look at when approving special use permits? And I would submit that we have, that it's uncontradicted that North Carolina law requires the issuance of the special use permit in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, what's that?
Does Tammy want to cover anything? County?
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, at this point, I guess, does the county have anything that we want to rebut? In the hearing none, okay. All right, this time I'll go ahead and ask the board for some action in the form of a motion.
Mr. Chairman, how about we take a 5-minute recess and then come back to that?
Before we do, can I ask Ike a question? So are we not to consider our doctorate superintendent an expert witness? And we do not, we've heard from them that we can't consider him. We also heard from them that we haven't considered mobile units, but he did talk about the mobile units that we have at 2 of our schools this year. So can we not consider Dr. Lutz an expert?
Well, I could say that you could certainly consider his testimony to be competent, substantive, and material evidence, particularly when you have the school superintendent testifying as to his school system's school attendance zones. And then it's up to you to weigh then the expert testimony of the applicant's witness, who apparently relied upon information that he didn't understand to be inaccurate.
I'm just going to object to that to the extent that the record needs to be clear. He was not tendered as an expert witness. North Carolina law is clear that expert testimony must be rebutted by expert testimony. So, I respect Mr. McKee's instruction. I think it's wrong as a matter of law, and I'm lodging my objection.
I'll stand by my opinion to the board.
Okay, thank you. There was a request for a quick recess. Would the board like to do a request before we take action on this? All right, let's do a quick 5-minute recess. Then we'll be back here at 10 o'clock, please. All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and reconvene from our recess on PB 2125 Flora Farms. At this this part, I'd ask the board for some action on this. So I'd ask the board if we have some action in the form of a motion for approval or denial.
Well, I'll make a move. I move to deny PB 2124 Flora Farms preliminary plat special use permit because the applicant has not demonstrated the proposed use meets the special use permit review standards of the UDO. The use will exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public facilities in schools. Specifically Moyock Elementary and Charborough Elementary.
We have a motion for denial. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any further discussion on this? All right, I will go ahead and ask for a vote. All in favor of denial signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, the motion fails. I'll ask for a, if we, okay.
Owen, did you vote verbally?
Yeah.
Yes, I
Okay.
heard him vote.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard him over. I'm sorry. So the motion fails. I'll ask the board for, if we have another motion.
Mr. Chairman, I know y'all don't want to hear this, but I think we need to hold this over to our first meeting in January. I got a lot of reading to do and stuff to think about with this Bible that we got this evening and contemplating the testimony put forward to us this evening. And that would be the date. We're not here on the 3rd, right? 17th?
January 3rd, yes.
We are on the 3rd?
Yes.
Okay, so for January 3rd.
To take further action.
Yes, sir.
And, okay. All right, so you're making that into a motion, is that what you?
Yes, sir.
All right, we got a motion on the floor then to,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say we have a motion on the floor to delay any further action on this item until the January 3rd meeting. Do I have a second regarding that? I'll go ahead and second that. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm curious, and just a question, what are we hoping to accomplish by holding it over? In other words, what information are...
Go ahead. For me personally, she gave us a lot of information that was not in our agenda packet this evening to read through, specifically emails and other communications. So I just want time to read all that, basically, and consider it, because we had two conflicting maps up here this evening as well. And if you consider Dr. Lutz's testimony,
question.
yeah, it's for me, there's a lot to digest.
So there's no intent to reintroduce other evidence, correct?
Not as far as I'm concerned.
We have not closed.
I do not.
You've not closed this.
Yeah, we went.
It's
Yeah,
still
we
open.
did. We
moved.
closed the public.
Yeah,
We moved for motion, so no, I do not. Again, I just want some time to digest what was presented. There was some extra.
Did you physically say you were closing the hearing?
We took a motion to vote on it.
Yeah, then we took the break.
I would submit that since you've come to the point of deciding the matter, that if you were to be inclined to reopen an evidentiary phase, it would have to go back to an advertisement and all that. So,
Okay.
I guess I'm suggesting that you've completed your evidentiary phase and you're to the point of making your decision.
Yeah. Thank you.
So it would be for the point of deliberating on the evidence that was presented.
That's what I would want some more time to just go through it.
And the reason I'm asking is because, right, a lot of folks had to roll into town.
I understand that. Well, their part in this is done then.
Yes,
Right.
this is not for any more counter questions or no. It's just going to be for some time to digest everything
Mr.
again.
Chairman, I think Mr.
Yes, sir. You have another.
He answered the question.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second. Any other discussions? All in favor for delaying any further action till the January 3rd meeting? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, I think the motion carries 5-2 to delay to January 3rd. Okay. Let's move on to the next item. Next item is going to be PB 1823 Foss Phase 69 Preliminary Plat Special Use Permit. 178 dwelling units located in Newark on the west side of Currituck Highway across from Guinea Road, tax map 15, lot 68, Newark Township. This is another quasi-judicial meeting, so anyone wishing to provide testimony, please come forward. There's plenty of Bibles up there, and we'll get everybody sworn in. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you present tonight will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, thank you. Okay. I believe on this one, the presenter on this one, I believe is Ms. Glaive again.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will keep my part brief. I can say ditto on slides if you'd like. But this is FOST phases 6 through 9, preliminary plat use permit. And just for clarification, after preliminary plat use permit, a project does not come back before the board. The construction drawings and final plat go to the technical review committee. Sorry. Could you hear what I said about a request does not come back? Okay. You're familiar with the location and the zoning. I'm going to go ahead and flip through those slides. So this is the phasing plan for the project, and you are considering tonight phases 6 through 9. And you can see the number of dwelling units in each of those phases and the estimated earliest recording dates. You approved the original master plan on May 6, 2019, and then 3 subsequent amendments thereafter. You approved the original preliminary plat for phases 1 through 5 in January of 2020. Similar goal for phases 6 through 9 as we saw with the previous development, to continue to build a community that has a creative design providing a mix of different residential uses in close proximity to one another, while at the same time providing an efficient use of open space that promotes an active lifestyle and strong sense of community. And there is also potential small-scale commercial uses with the developments. Infrastructure, public water, proposing to connect to Eagle Creek wastewater treatment plants. Your transportation includes your multi-use paths, sidewalks, and pedestrian trails, exceeding their connectivity index scores through interconnections with Currituck Highway, Moyock Farms, and Flora Farm. Same drainage plan that we just reviewed with the previous development. Design standards would apply for the multifamily section townhomes, and those are the ones that are up front. Lighting, landscaping would remain the same as the previous phases. The board did find that the development was compatible with the land use plan and the Moyock Small Area Plan at its May 6, 2019 meeting. And the applicant will pay approximately $15,978 fee in lieu of recreation and park area dedication for these phases. And the same, any wetland areas would require riparian buffers to protect those. Community meeting was held on March 23rd of this year. Approximately 7 folks from the public attended. Most of your questions regarded drainage, traffic, fire hydrants, and wastewater. This development is entirely within the Scarborough Elementary School District. That is at 100% capacity, not expandable due to the septic system constraints. Phases 6 through 9 will send approximately 44 additional students to Scarborough Elementary. It's also important to note that Moyock Middle School is this year at 94% actual capacity. Same stormwater map we reviewed previously, no changes to those improvements. Main entrance does connect directly to Currituck Highway with proposed deceleration and acceleration lanes, and you'll see that some of that work is already being done, if not already complete. According to the applicants, the streets are designed in accordance with DOT standards, and appropriate measures have been taken for emergency vehicle access. Wastewater, again, connect to the wastewater treatment plant at Eagle Creek. Currituck Water and Sewer is the utility operator, and they're in the process of acquiring ownership of that plant from Sandler Utilities. Force main has been installed from the plant to FOST. Collection system is being installed within the FOST development. Utility commissions and DEQ will be regulating the plant. Again, the board did find that this was compatible with the Moyoc Small Area Plan as well as the 2006 Land Use Plan. TRC comments, review and comments. TRC does not believe that the applicant has demonstrated that the proposed use will meet the special use permit review standards of the UDO, including adequate public facilities. And the policy stated there is LUP PP2 and public health and safety, which is the LUP purpose of the plan. And those are specifically concerning the school capacity of Charville Elementary School, and the TRC concerns with adding additional flows to the Eagle Creek Wastewater Treatment Plant. These are your special use permit review standards, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board, Ms. Glave? Okay, if not, I'll go ahead and ask the applicant to come forward, please.
I'm going to go ahead and start while they're trying to grab something that's going on with the screen. Jamie Schwadler here on behalf of the applicant. I'm with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street. And this, thank you, is FOST phases 6 through 9. As Tammy stated, this was approved as a rezoning case back in 2019. The first 5 phases of FOST were approved earlier in March 2020. Like the Flora case before us, we'll present competent material and substantial evidence on each of the 4 SUP factors. In the interest of time, I'll represent to you they'll be the same witnesses that we've gone through in the earlier case, and we'll tender them as they come. The notebook that I handed out in the prior hearing has a separate tab behind the Flora exhibits called FOST, and we'll walk through each of those quickly as possible to introduce those into evidence. With that, I'd like to call Mr. Bissell. Mr. Bissell, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Mark Bissell, 3512 North Currituck Highway, Kitty Hawk, North Carolina.
Please give the board a brief background on your experience.
I am a professional engineer practicing here locally. I have a civil engineering degree from Duke University. I've been practicing for more than 40 years, actually. I'm a registered professional engineer in North Carolina.
This time I'd like to tender Mr. Bissell as an expert in the field of civil engineering and site design.
Yes, thank you.
Can you explain for the board your role in this project, Mr. Bissell?
I'm the lead engineer for this project as well, and I oversaw the layout and the design of the plans that are the subject of this application.
Can you turn to tab 1 behind the exhibit notebook, please, and identify this for the board?
Okay, this is the phasing plan for the FOST development. You'll see that this shows the development in 9 phases, 5 of which have already been approved. Phases 6 through 9 are the subject of this application, which include a 39-unit section of townhomes up in this area, and then the single-family lot development portion behind to the back of Rolling Creek in this area.
Can you show the board where the phases 6 through 9 overall are in respect to phases 1 through 5?
So phases 1 through 5 are everything that you see here that basically that's not highlighted in green.
Thank you, Mr. Bissell. At this time, I'd like to move that the exhibit behind tab 1 be admitted as exhibit 1.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bissell, do the plans comply with all applicable UDO provisions?
Yes, we've been through quite a few rounds of review following the approval of the rezoning, and there are no open issues with regard to complying with the UDO standards.
And does this use present any concerns with regard to public health, safety, or welfare?
No, the layout of the use and the elements included on these plans does not endanger the public health or safety.
If you could advance to the next slide, please. With respect to factor 3, and in the interest of time, are the proposed uses in conformity with the land use plan?
They are, as testified by staff and as determined by this board at the in previous hearings.
Thank you. With respect to the provisions of the, will the proposed development exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public facilities as they relate to utilities?
They will not. There is adequate water available to the site. In fact, the 12-inch water main has already been extended into the site from 168. We have done testing there, and we have determined that there is sufficient pressure and flow to meet the peak demand as well as fire flow for this development.
And like before, have you, if you could advance to the next slide, I think we went backwards there. Is there an additional slide on the next page? Here we go. Mr. Bissell, is it your intent that Mr. Myers will address the private sewer utility questions?
It is, but I think the board probably has seen this slide recently, so it mainly is intended to show the difference between the force main that serves the Foss development and the collection system that serves the Eagle Creek development that has had issues, and then the wastewater treatment plant permit.
And like the testimony given in the Flora case, is it accurate that there are separate permits for those two facilities?
They are separate permits, and the wastewater treatment plant does have the capacity to serve this development.
How will stormwater be handled on this plan?
Stormwater will be handled through a series of ponds. Let's go back to that previous slide. You can see that there are a number of stormwater management ponds around the site. Those are designed to capture stormwater and release it slowly to the receiving streams downstream. And it's also been modeled for the 100-year storm.
And these comply with the zoning conditions that were adopted in this case?
They do, and they exceed the UDO standards.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness and tender no report.
Any questions for Mr. Bissell from the board? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call Mr. Michael Myers. Mr. Myers, can you please state your name and address for the board?
My name is Michael Myers, 4700 Homewood Court, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Please describe your education and experience.
I have a bachelor's and a master's in biological engineer from Ohio State University. I'm vice president of Currituck Water and Sewer. I have 20 years of experience in water and wastewater utilities as both a North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality regulator and working in the private utility sector, managing Fort Bragg's water and sewer system, as well as managing over 600 utilities in North Carolina, Virginia, South Carolina, Tennessee, Ohio, Indiana, Texas, and Oklahoma.
I'd like to tender Mr. Myers as an expert in the area of sewer system design, permitting, and compliance.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry for the repetition. We do need to take the record.
Understood.
Mr. Myers, can you please explain how sewer systems are designed and constructed in North Carolina briefly?
Yeah. Yes, water and sewer plants are designed to handle the ultimate capacity of an area or an area or a project, and then the sewer for that resident, for example. The engineer will review the typical amount of sewer needed by the average residents and then calculates the size of the wastewater system to handle that capacity.
You testified in an earlier hearing that the two different systems of the operation of the plant and the treatment itself is different from the collection system of a sewer system. Is that right?
That is correct.
And how does that tie into the Foss development or relate to the Foss development?
The Foss development has its own permit, and it conveys the wastewater directly to the wastewater plant without going through the Eagle Creek collection system, which has its own separate permit, and then the treatment plant has a permit to handle the treatment of the wastewater.
Okay. We talked about letters received from Sandler Utilities and DWQ in the earlier case. Are those letters things that you're prepared to testify about today?
Yes.
Are they in the packet?
They are, in tabs 3 and 4.
Okay. In tab, I believe behind tab 2, there's a letter from Sandler Utilities at Mill Run. Do you see that there?
I do.
Okay. And what does this letter indicate?
This letter indicates that the current treatment capacity of the Eagle Creek wastewater treatment plant is sufficient to handle the flow from the Foss tract.
Okay. And behind tab 3, can you identify this letter for us, please?
Yes, that is. Yeah, that is a letter from the North Carolina Division of Water Quality. And that is related to the Eagle Creek wastewater treatment plant.
And what does this letter indicate with respect to capacity indicated by DWQ?
It indicates that the plant does have sufficient capacity.
We talked a little bit about the bullet point on the second page. Can you read that for me, please?
The wastewater treatment plant must demonstrate consistent performance achieving permitted treatment requirements prior to submittal of a sewer extension permit application. Wastewater treatment performance must be satisfactory for approval of any potential sewer extension permits.
Okay. And to your knowledge, at this stage, are sewer extension permits typically submitted?
It is.
It is.
I mean, after we get done with this.
Okay. And is that routine in your experience dealing with sewer permits?
It is.
And like before, should a permit not be obtained or run into issues, that's a risk that the developer would bear, correct?
That is correct.
And all of that is separate from the factors that we're here to address tonight, which are the health, safety, and welfare with respect to the sewer system, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Have you reviewed the staff report in this case?
I have.
Have you formed an opinion on whether the design of the sewer system in the Foss case endangers the health, safety, or welfare?
I have.
And does it endanger the health, safety, or welfare?
No. I was going to say, while the Eagle Creek collection system is outdated and needs replaced, the concerns raised in this, that I reviewed in the staff report related to the collection system at Eagle Creek, not the treatment system. While the treatment system does have a history of violation, the most recent results indicate that the treatment plant has returned to compliance. Sewer systems have two different components: the collection system, which takes the sewage from the home to the plant, and the treatment, which treats the sewer after it arrives at the plant. They're completely different and have different permits in this case. So the issues associated with the Eagle Creek collection system are real but separate from the Foss development.
Okay. And the treatment permit is currently in compliance, is that what you said?
It has a history of noncompliance, but its most recent results are in compliance.
Thank you. In your expert opinion, is the Eagle Creek wastewater treatment plant able to perform adequately once Foss and Flora are built?
It will.
All right. At this time, I'd like to move that the letters behind tabs 2 and 3 be admitted as exhibits 2 and 3 in the record.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness and tender to the board.
Anybody have any questions from this board? Mr. Myers. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call Mr. Overcash, please. Mr. Overcash, please state your name and address for the board.
Lie Overcash, office address is 421 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, 27601.
And briefly give us your background and experience.
Transportation engineer at Kimley Horn, a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from NC State, have 28 years of experience, licensed professional engineer in the state of North Carolina, and performed hundreds of traffic studies around the state.
At this time, I'd like to tender Mr. Overcash as an expert in the field of transportation engineering and traffic impact.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Overcash, what is your role in this project?
I oversaw the traffic analysis improvements for the proposed development. A traffic analysis was performed in December 2019, and the plans before you tonight have incorporated the recommendations. Because the FOSS zoning went before the Flora rezoning, this analysis was done prior to Flora, but the TIA presented in the Flora case tonight included all the background traffic from all phases of FOSS.
If you turn to tab 4 in the notebook, is this the analysis that you performed in connection with the FOSS site?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to move that this be admitted as Exhibit 4, please.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Can you explain what your analysis showed with respect to the FOSS development?
The FOSS development will be accessed by one full movement connection along NC 168 Currituck Highway, shown here. One connection to Moyock Farms and 5 connections to Flora Farm. The main subdivision entrance will be completed with phases 1 through 5 and is substantially complete now and is directly connected to NC 168. Deceleration and acceleration lanes will be provided in accordance with DOT standards and have been approved by NC DOT.
Advance to the next slide, please.
Actually, I think I'll stay on that one. The traffic analysis recommended transportation-related improvements that have been incorporated into the site plan. These include extending the right turn lane along Foss Boulevard back to Lydia Street to provide 250 feet of full storage. Extending the median along Foss Boulevard through the intersection with Lydia Street so that only right turn movements can be made at this intersection from the side streets. We were concerned with the potential queuing for 168 and spilling back into this intersection. Provide an eastbound exclusive left turn lane from southbound Foss Boulevard to Garland Street, and that would be down this way. Anticipate that Garland Street will be a primary route around the center of development and serves a large portion of residential units. The left turn lane would help prevent traffic from blocking Foss while people were waiting to turn. And then originally there was a mid-block crossing of multi-use path here, and that's been eliminated in the plan.
Thank you. Has the street network for the proposed development been designed to create a safe environment for vehicles and pedestrians?
Yes, the roadways and sidewalks have been laid out generally as shown on the master plan. Will be in accordance with the approved right-of-way and pavement width characteristics using the NCDOT Complete Streets Planning Manual as a guide.
In your opinion, will these improvements provide mitigation for traffic congestion generated by the project?
Yes.
Will these improvements promote public safety?
Yes, appropriate access has been made for emergency service vehicles in accordance with applicable standards.
And in your opinion, does the proposed use endanger the health, safety, or welfare with respect to traffic?
No.
I have no further questions for this witness. Tender report.
Any questions from this board? Hearing none. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to call Mr. Hunter Howell. Mr. Howell, please state your name and address to the board.
My name is Hunter Howell. My office address is 412 East Chatham Street, Cary, North Carolina, 27511.
What is your background experience?
I'm a professional real estate appraiser, and I work with Valbridge Property Advisors. I am licensed by North Carolina as a state certified general appraiser, and I'm a member of the Appraisal Institute, and I'm working towards an MAI designation. I have been appraising properties throughout North Carolina for approximately 7 years. I have also testified as an expert at numerous quasi-judicial hearings in other jurisdictions addressing the same or similar factors that I'm addressing here tonight.
At this time, I'd like to tender Mr. Howell as an expert in the field of real property appraisal, impacts to property values, and harmony with surrounding properties.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Howell, can you describe your role in this project?
Yes. I was engaged to study the impacts of the project to the value of adjoining property and whether the project is in harmony with the area.
And how did you evaluate these factors?
If you turn to tab 5, the Valbridge report, I prepared a report in which I analyzed the effects of the proposed development on the surrounding area. This includes looking at the surrounding land uses and residential values of the previous 3 years to determine market demographics and trends. I also looked at the at other developments in comparable locations in order to determine the effects of these developments in the area in which they are located. This method is called a match paired analysis. The report analyzed a 1, 3, and 5 mile radius looking at the population, housing supply, and household income data over the last 10 years with projections over the next 5 years. This data is on page 3 of the report. The population within the 5 mile radius has almost doubled since 2000 and is expected to grow annually by 2% over the next 5 years. The housing supply is also expected to increase at the same rate. This indicates a strong and healthy market that is expected to have exponential growth over the next 5 years. We also analyzed the housing inventory and price per square foot over the last 3 years. There was a sharp decline in homes available in Moyock starting in 2019, with price per square foot increasing over that same time period. This indicates that there is a need for additional inventory to keep homes affordable in this area. The past 2 years have also seen the average days on market for residential homes in Moyock drop drastically to below 30 days, which is another indication the market is in need of additional inventory to keep up with this demand.
Did you analyze how the proposed development is anticipated to impact surrounding property values?
Yes, there's generally a positive impact to surrounding properties with the type of development proposed. As new residential developments come to areas, it enhances the surrounding areas positively in terms of property values. Increasing home values increase the value of available vacant land as developers look to fill the void for additional housing options. This has been seen in several instances across the eastern part of the state. We looked at 3 large residential subdivisions with master plans in formerly rural areas and found that they have sparked further development of adjacent property and increased land values. This is on page 8 of the report. The best example is the Palmetto Creek of the Carolinas in Bolivia, North Carolina. The area was mostly vacant agricultural land when the development broke ground in 2005, and the area has since seen rapid growth and positive impacts on adjacent land, especially as commercial uses were needed to support this residential growth. I also reviewed a report by the NAHB, the National Association of Home Builders, which is of the type that typically relied upon by appraisers. This is included at the end of my report and looks at the overall metro area impacted by the false PUD. Page 2 of the report estimates that in the first year after build-out of the homes in the PUD would produce at least $8 million in net revenue in tax and other revenues. After 15 years, which is on page 3 of the report, estimates roughly $33.3 million in net revenue and roughly 504 local jobs, and suggests significant positive impact to public and overall area.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. In your opinion, would the proposed use negatively impact adjacent or adjoining properties?
No, it would not.
Okay. And in your opinion, is the proposed development in harmony with the area in which it's located?
Yes. We looked at similar developments in the immediate area to determine if this project is cohesive with the development pattern. This is on page 4 of the report. We identified 4 similar subdivisions in the area, recently developed or approved and under construction. Based on the range of 0.89 to 2.14 units per acre in the developments we identified, this project is cohesive and in harmony with the surrounding end uses. In addition, the higher densities are located at the front of the development along a major thoroughfare, with the lower residential densities located to the middle or rear of the site. This will provide a natural progression of intensity and activity as one gets closer to Currituck Highway. Based on this analysis and report, I found that the proposed use will not injure the value of the adjoining and abutting lands and will be in harmony with the area.
Thank you. To the extent I didn't already move, I'd like to move that this be admitted as Exhibit 5.
Yes, thank you.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Any questions from the board?
I have a question on page 2, 5 in the second report that is titled Metro Area Impact. Where do you get the number 787 single-family homes? And if that number is incorrect, would that then impact all the numbers that you have there?
Could you clarify for Ms. Jarvis the nature of this report versus the report that you performed yourself, the report that you're relying on here for NAHB?
So the report that I did was for is labeled as Valbridge. This was done by the National Association for Home Builders, and so that is the information that they relied on.
So where did they get the number 787? That's what I'm asking about.
It's a combined report with is this a combined report
Yes.
with Fost, Flora, and Moyad Farms?
Yes, it's a combined report for those three.
Okay.
If I could just ask a clarifying question. With respect to that report, does that impact your analysis that you gave with respect to the Validia example?
Yes. I mean, it shows how when new developments come to an area, that it sparks, more development, including commercial. And I think even Mr. White kind of talked about it previously today, how, roofs are starting to bring the commercial development, which inherently increases land values that at one point might just be considered agricultural farmland.
But the fact that the NEHB report includes 3 subdivisions doesn't impact your analysis of the flora?
Oh, no, no.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for this witness?
Any from the board?
Sir.
Okay. Nope. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call Mr. Jonathan Wells. Mr. Wells, could you give your name and address in a brief description of your background?
Certainly. My name is Jonathan Wells. I reside at 1112 Court Drive, Charlotte, North Carolina. I have a bachelor's degree in environmental design and planning and a master's degree in public administration from the State University of New York. For better than 2 decades, I have worked with municipalities and school districts to project communities' infrastructure needs and more specifically evaluate school districts' long-range school capacity and facilities plans, projecting enrollment trends and adequate facilities planning. I joined the staff of N-Focus Planning 4 years ago. N-Focus is a community planning and public administration consulting firm.
At this time, I'd like to turn to Mr. Wells as an expert in the area of public school attendance capacity and adequate public facilities and state standards surrounding such.
Yes, thank you.
Are you prepared to speak to the county's ability to provide adequate public schools for the students generated by this development referenced in sections 2.4.6D and 6.6 of UDO?
I am. Based on my examination of documents produced by the county and the Board of Ed, documents publicly available in my own experience, it's my opinion that the FOSS development will not exceed the county's ability to provide adequate school facilities because the 44 elementary school students generated by phases 6 through 9 in the Shelburne Elementary District are able to be accommodated in capacity program to be within 2 years of approval.
Can you explain the basis of that opinion?
Sure. I analyzed school adequacy and capacity, and this is summarized in the report in your 3-ring binders behind tab 6. The document requests to the county and school district referenced in the floor hearing are also relevant to this hearing, and you can find those included in tab 7. Now, if you turn to tab 8, you'll see the same December 11, 2019 email from then Superintendent Mark Stefanik that we spoke about earlier, clarifying the board had determined that the FOSS development was within the Shelburne Elementary School area and that no more shifting of attendance zones has occurred since that time. This was confirmed by an email from Lori Locicero on April 19, 2021, included as tab 9. And in the second paragraph of the email, it states, and I quote, all the FOSS development is designated to attend Shelburne Elementary School, and all students were taken into account in the county's committed capacity database. At the time of the original FOSS special use permit, then Superintendent Stefanik had confirmed that Shelburne has the capacity to serve 119 elementary students expected to be generated from the FOSS development.
Where can we find that information?
That, I believe, is in tab 10, page 1. And it's reflected in the county staff report for the original FOSS special use permit.
If I could just stop you right there and have you read that into the record.
Very well. On December 11th, 2019, the Board of Education revised a statement about the school district and determined that this development is entirely within the Shawboro School District. The superintendent also advised that Shawboro Elementary School has capacity for the 119 elementary students this development is projected to generate.
Thank you. And tab 10 was the staff report for the FOSS tract, correct?
Correct. Yes. So again, the 119 calculation is based on the 497 lots for all of the FOST phases, assuming the 0.25 elementary students per lot that are that's identified in the Tischler report and that the county has used for a number of years.
Did you say 497 or 479?
I'm 479. If I said 497, I misspoke. It's late. Of those 119 calculation, phases 6 through 9 will generate 44 of the 119 students, again, based on the 0.25 multiplication factor from the Tischler report. Given that the entire purpose for committed capacity is to account for students anticipated from development and that all 119 students have been taken into account, this should suffice as adequate public facilities, as county planning staff has already included them in the committed capacity, and they aren't new or additional students previously unaccounted for. But it appears in the staff report the county is calculating actual capacity and indicating there's no physical capacity for the 44 students expected from phases 6 through 9. If you look at tab 11, document 6 of the September 2021 average daily membership, it shows 610 students from Shawboro. And tab 12, the physical capacity is currently 622, leaving 12 seats. The county is still able to provide public schools by using exterior modular units at the site and committed phasing of the project. And, yeah, thank you. There's a phasing plan. Existing modular units are being used at Shawboro now. With 20 students per unit, this brings the total capacity to 662, meaning 52 available seats and capacity in place for the 44 students.
And Mr. Wells, I'm going to just revisit that. You said that the county is still able to provide adequate public schools by using existing modular units and the phasing of this project. Is that right?
That's correct.
So what is shown on the screen there?
Yeah, and if I can make reference in which tab this is.
I'll make this a little bit quicker. Is the chart shown on the screen an illustration of the proposed phasing in this case?
It shows the proposed phasing and it shows the resulting capacity. If you take into account the 2 mobile units, and I understand that Dr. Lutz has talked about the fact that the mobile units don't add to capacity, but realistically, in recognition of the fact that students are housed in those mobile units, and we account for 20 students per mobile unit, and that's where the 662 comes from.
So the 662 is the 610 plus the additional 40 seats from,
the 622 plus the 40.
40 seats, right? Leaving capacity for the 44 students. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. And how does the phasing schedule impact capacity over time?
The phasing schedule over time shows that through build-out and occupancy in August 2024, that the utilization of Shawboro Elementary School would not eclipse 100%. The highest it would get would be 99.1%.
Thank you. In your opinion, does the use of existing modular units and the phasing mean that the development won't cause Shawboro Elementary to exceed 100% capacity within the 2-year window of approval?
That's correct. And that's assuming that the 2 modular units remain at Shawboro. on the campus.
And based on your experience, modular units are an acceptable way to achieve adequate school facilities?
They are acceptable units. As a matter of fact, a recent report that was generated by the State Department of Public Instruction identified in excess of 5,000 modular units currently in use by public school districts across the state of North Carolina.
And your finding of adequacy, is that based on state standards?
Yes.
Some of which you just testified to today?
Yeah, correct.
Are there any other ways? I know in the other hearing we went through several ways in talking about adequacy. I'd like to try to briefly summarize those because the hour's getting late. Can you explain for the board the other ways in which the county is able to provide adequate schools with respect to this development?
Okay. First and foremost, I think it's critically important for local school districts to develop and maintain long-range school facility master plans and student assignment plans. This is probably far and away, this is the gold standard for identifying anticipated needs for facilities, not only new facilities, but modification and renovation of existing facilities to meet anticipated and future instructional, programmatic, legal, and increased student enrollment. Without a long-range school facility master plan, it is oftentimes difficult, if not impossible, to plan for and implement future school construction and additions and new buildings.
Thank you. You call that the gold standard. Are you referring to the facility master plan?
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, that's a requirement of the state statutes. Is that right?
North Carolina state statute requires each public school district in the state to develop and maintain and update every 5 years a long-range school facility master plan. That's correct.
Okay. And to your knowledge, that has not been done to date in the county?
I have not seen that product to date in Currituck County.
And again, that's based on the responses from the county and the Board of Education that you testified to earlier.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's get back to the 4 ways in which this development has independent grounds for adequate public facilities. Could the school system operate Shawboro Elementary at over 100% of actual capacity?
I believe they can, and schools across the state are routinely operated at in excess of 100%. It requires creative use of instructional space and potentially additional staffing. If there's creative scheduling involved, the type of schedule that I've mentioned as an example is called multi-track scheduling. If that's implemented at a school, it is possible to operate a school at anywhere from 25 to 35% above its rated pupil capacity. So those are a couple different ways that schools can be operated at above 100% capacity.
Okay. And we talked earlier about another tool, kind of changing attendance zones. Have you had the ability to review the county's ORED out of capacity table?
I have.
And is that in the notebook here?
I believe it is, and I believe it's tab 13.
Are there any schools based on that table that are projected? First of all, can we explain to the board what we understand this out of capacity table to show?
This table indicates that the schools whose existing and projected enrollments are at or above their building capacity. So the color coding is green indicates where that's 95% or below. The yellow is 95 to 100%. So anything that's either green or yellow is below 100%. The kind of sherbet color and the orange is that which is above 100%.
So based on the overall system total, this chart indicates what year does the overall system exceed 100% capacity?
If no other changes are made, including building additions or new schools, it appears that the school-wide utilization does not eclipse 100% until 2026-27.
Okay. And then if we look at just the elementary school totals, do you see that at the top of the chart
Mhm.
there? Okay. Are there any elementary schools projected to remain under 95% capacity over the next 10 years?
There are, I'm going to have to use, when I printed this out, my printer was running out of ink. Central Elementary School, Knott's Island Elementary School, and Griggs Elementary School are all projected to operate under 100% capacity through 2032.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge and based on the responses from the county, has the county pursued any redistricting to shift children from Shawboro to Central Elementary?
Not to my knowledge.
But they're able to do that, correct?
They do have that authority and ability, the Board of Education does.
Okay.
And again, that's routinely done throughout the state.
Thank you. Did you also have an occasion to examine documents related to a potential new school site?
I did not.
Okay. Are you aware of a site owned by the county close to Moyac Library?
It is my understanding from listening to a transcript of a work session that was conducted Board of Education back in October that a new school site is being contemplated near the library. That's correct.
And certainly funding and building a new school is another tool available to the county to provide adequate public facilities.
Absolutely. One of the things that I was a little disappointed at is one of our requests was to see a copy of the school district's or the county's capital investment program showing when new schools would be constructed and opened, and that was one of the products that we did not receive.
Mr. Wells, based on what you see in the out of capacity table behind tab 13, does the school have, does the county have the ability to provide adequate public facilities by engaging in redistricting?
I believe that the school district does have the ability to provide adequate public facilities through redistricting.
Thank you. Based on your review of these materials, is it your opinion that the development satisfies section UDO 2.4.6D and 6.6?
I believe that it does.
Is it your opinion that the development will not exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public schools with respect to the children generated from this development?
I believe that it will not, if I understand your question correctly.
Not exceed the county's ability.
Right.
Okay.
That's
And is
correct.
that opinion based on the ability for the county to use the various tools that you mentioned here tonight, including operating schools at above 100% capacity?
That's correct.
Okay. And those tools are either with facilities that are in place today or could be programmed to be in place within 2 years?
That's correct.
And as part of that expert opinion, based on the phasing schedule and the documents, the phasing schedule to which we committed and the documents produced by the county.
Correct.
I have no further question for Mr. Wells and Tetra.
Any other questions for?
I do. So the number that we have for Shawboro Elementary is 610, and capacity is 622. And that's with, I suppose that's with the modules that are there, right? So how many students are currently in that school from phases 1 through 5?
Are actually enrolled there today?
Yeah.
No, I don't think any of those units are
None.
on.
Built that, yeah.
So that takes the capacity well over 700, does it not? If you add 119 students, it takes it to 720. Am I correct?
Well, the evidence that we're presenting here today is on Flora, and to my understanding, none of those spots, none of those houses are occupied through 1 through 5, and so we have to follow that phasing schedule in that special use permit that's already been granted.
Correct. So is it not the evidence that he testified that this would generate a total of 119 students?
No, overall, FOST would generate 119 students, but just the phases 6 through 9, I believe, are 44 students.
So my point is that 610 is the number we have right now, and capacity of 620 at 622. When these students start coming, whether it's from phases 1 or 7, it generates 119 total students. So is that not over capacity? Is that not well over capacity?
I think the best way to answer your question, and I don't have the information available here tonight, is to overlay the phasing for phase 1 through 5 alongside phases 6 through 9 to get a true picture of what you're saying.
But I think the superintendent testified that Shawboro cannot be expanded, not because there's not mobile units there. There are already mobile units there. There's not the sewer capacity.
I understand there's no sewers there, yeah.
So doesn't that put that well over capacity? Not just a little over capacity?
With phases 1 through 5, it would appear that it does.
Okay, thank you.
It might be helpful if I direct Mr. Wells to the staff report, which relied on committed capacity. Could you read page 2 of the, page 4 of the staff report for phases 6 through 9? What number does the staff associate with committed capacity?
Yeah, trying to interpret this scale.
It says
It says 131%. I don't know where that comes from, though.
Well, it appears it comes from a blend of Moyac, Shawboro, and Central.
Okay, all right. I'm looking for a median of these three numbers, and it's above those, so I don't know. There's a formula embedded in here that we're not seeing.
Right, and I think we've understood from previous cases, and I don't want to stray into testifying, but that committed capacity includes those units that have already been taken into account, and that's what was testified to earlier by Mr. Wells.
I get what committed capacity is, but I'm talking about numbers of students, not percentages. And I'm looking at the numbers that you've provided in the folder of 610 and the numbers that will be totally generated by FOST, which has been provided at 119. And I'm asking, isn't that significantly over capacity? And that's all I'm asking. Isn't that significantly over capacity?
That's projected. Yeah.
1 through 5. I see
44. 1 through 5. Oh, 1 through 5.
6 through 9 or 44. 1 through 5.
Just do some math here.
Well, they said 100.
75.
But he said it's 22.
Oh, all right, that's where the...
You can answer the question if you like, and you're welcome to use whatever exhibits.
I can't pull numbers out of here, but the answer to your question is yes, it does appear that school will be over
All right,
capacity.
that's all I need.
If you add phases 1 through 5.
So if you add phases 1 through 5, knowing that you're going to have 1 through 5 impacting the school prior to 6 through 9, does that change your opinion of being over capacity? Because you base that on, the current numbers and adding 44, not committed capacity plus 44.
I thought this was a hearing on phases 6 through 9 and not phases 1
It
through 5.
is, but you're testifying that, that it's not going to be over capacity adding 44 kids, but that's not the real number, is it? It's much higher than that.
To clarify, he didn't testify it would be over capacity. He said
It will be under capacity, right?
Adequate.
But you have to add 1 through 5 because they're
Right, the 1 through 5 is in there. It's looming out there, right? And it's already approved. So those kids are going to
You have to
Mayaka.
add the impact of 1 through 5 to the current ADM.
And if you do that,
Which would identify committed capacity expectations prior to 6 through 9.
The 119 is already in committed capacity.
Yeah.
It's in the chart.
But it's not in the numbers. That's my point. Committed capacity is a percentage. The numbers are what I am pointing out. The numbers in your report are 610, and if you add 119, which is the number that's also in this presentation, that gets us over 700. And I'm just asking, and he has affirmed that is well over capacity.
So if you, well, I'll let you finish answering questions and then I'll.
Okay, I'm done.
Well, so we're over capacity, and you've testified, Mr. Wells, that there are plenty of ways that you kept referring to the county, Ms. Schwegler, but you really meant the Board of Education. Is that correct? Because the county doesn't move boundary lines. The county doesn't have those capacities, right? We don't do that. We don't act in that manner. Is that
The standard is that the county won't exceed the county's ability.
Right.
So the county would have to instruct or cooperate with the Board of Education.
we can't, right? We can't force a separate body and force a separate elected body to do anything.
Well, there's a statutory duty. We can wait for this for the argument. There's a statutory duty saying that it should have already planned for these things and these steps should already
Right,
be in place.
but that's not where we're at right this moment. So we can't. We're now over capacity, well over capacity through these questions, with no ability to move students around to affect when kids go to school, when kids don't go to school, or where they go to school, or rent space for them to go to.
and their septic system will not allow anymore.
Right.
You can't move them to Knox Island.
Right.
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 You can't move them.
I think that's what makes this a unique argument. We can't ship people over. We can't ship students to Knox Island. We have capacity there. To think that students, especially elementary students, would ride all the way from Moyock to Griggs. I make that length of a drive when I come here. That's rough for me. It's also rough for students to be on a bus that long. I think, and then of course leasing a parochial school, that's not feasible in our county. So, while there seems to be lots of options on the table across the state, I don't know that those options are feasible here. We're already employing mobile units. We are moving forward with a renovation at Moyock Middle School and Moyock Elementary School. We've got land to build an elementary school, but those things take time. And operating over capacity, I know what that feels like as a teacher. I know what that feels like as a person in those schools. It sounds great to say, yes, schools can operate over capacity, but the reality is it's taxing on everybody who is in that school and associated with that school.
Let's go back to the purpose of the adequate facilities ordinance. It was not to shut off development at 100%. It was never intended to do that. It would allow for school to be up to 120, 25%. before you actually had a new school built. What the adequate facilities ordinance said was you begin planning. And if you remember when Moyock Middle School was built, the 5th grade was there.
Yeah.
They moved to 5th grade.
They moved the 5th grade back to Moyock Elementary School.
I know that.
We are weaponizing the adequate facilities ordinance is what we're doing.
I don't know that weaponization is a good term when you're talking about students and the reality of being in those schools. I'm not advocating to stop growth. I'm advocating for letting our facilities catch up with the development that has been approved.
But you're also assuming that day one, every house is built and every student is in that school.
No,
And
I don't
this
think
is
we're
the
assuming
phasing.
that. I think that that's what those houses are going to generate students. They are going to generate
Well, when will the
students.
first one occur versus when will the expansions be done?
Well, if they're building them as fast as they have in other developments, pretty quickly.
Schools don't get built as quickly as houses.
True.
Not nearly as quickly.
So what percentage is that going to put us then if we add phases 1 through 9?
That's a great question. Why don't we do
I was
that?
going to say, if we add that, is it going to be 125, 140,
610 plus 119 is 729, divided by 662, because we're adding in the modular units that are in place today in addition to the existing capacity, is 110%. Or a little lower if those mobile units count 25 students per trailer.
Well, I thought we had, total was 20 students when we were told.
We assumed it was 20. He testified in the earlier hearing that it's up to 25. So even conservatively assuming it's only 20 students per modular unit, that gets you to 662 seats. And you have 729 students. And if you divide that, you get 110%. So 110%.
That's a big assumption, isn't it? That there's going to be 20 or 25 kids in there? What if it's a K-1 class that can't have but 15 kids in it, or whatever the new standards are? That's a big jump to say what the school actually is being utilized. How it is being utilized, I think, is the better question. How the classroom space based on the students that are coming into the school. And I think you had that covered in here, actually.
Yeah, we based that, and I think Mr. Wells testified to this earlier, we based that on the staff report that indicated there were about 20 students per mobile unit at the time, and I believe Mr. Lutz gave earlier testimony that's up to 25, so we continue to operate on that 20% number.
Right.
Well, the other thing is, too, you have other schools like Griggs. You go to Griggs, Dr. Luke's going to test, nobody goes to Griggs. Griggs is that probably the, and when I went to elementary school and went to schools here, Griggs was like they were falling out the windows. So it's kind of crazy how it, when your kids went to Griggs, probably they were falling out the windows.
Before Jarvisburg.
Before Jarvisburg was built in 08.
All right, well, let's get back to the pertinent information here regarding the questions of capacity, and I think I don't know if you got your questions answered, Ms. Jarvis, or not.
I did, thank you.
Yep,
Okay.
I'm done as well, sir.
Okay, all right.
I just have a few redirect questions.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Mr. Wells, based on the earlier responses to questions, is it your understanding that if you add FOSS phases 1 through 5 to the children generated from FOSS 6 through 9, that would be the total 119 students?
I believe that's the number.
Okay, and we just went through
Yes.
the exercise
Yes.
of even if you had all of those students at Shawboro Elementary, the resulting capacity would be 110%.
It would be about 110, just above 110, yeah.
And based on your earlier testimony, that's something, exceeding 100% capacity is something done throughout the state, right?
It can be done. It's a bit of a challenge, but it can be done.
Okay. And based on your knowledge of state standards, is that operating at over 100% capacity something that can be used as a state standard to satisfy adequate school facilities?
It is possible. One of the things, and it depends on how it's being managed at the schoolhouse level, but there may be a need to get a waiver for maximum class size.
And is that done routinely in North Carolina?
I believe it's fairly routine.
Okay. And especially more routine in counties?
Rapidly growing districts, yeah.
Rapidly growing districts?
Yeah.
Okay. So the percentage that we just calculated would still, in your opinion, prevent the county from providing adequate public schools in this case?
I do not believe it would, no.
Okay. I'll just touch briefly on something because I do think it helps in terms of the history of the adequate public facilities that was just raised a moment ago. If you'll turn to the area behind tab 18 in the agenda for this case. This is a
18,
document.
we have no
16.
Oh.
We have no 18. We have 16, and that's it.
Oh, not in the notebook, in the agenda items.
Oh, I thought so.
Sorry.
Okay.
It's a letter, it's a memo to the planning board members from Ronnie Capps in 1994.
Oh, I was really, okay.
It's part of the APFO history. Mr. Wells, you've seen this letter before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a letter dated September 13th, 1994, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And it's from the superintendent at the time, Mr. Capps?
To the planning board, right.
Thank you. Would you read this letter or this statement on the second page of this agenda item?
Sure. Starting about the third paragraph down, it says, currently the school district is using 38 mobile classroom units to accommodate growth in the student population. These units are assigned to the schools as follows, and there's a breakdown of the campuses on which they're located.
Okay. And it lists 8 mobile units under Moyac Elementary, correct? Mm-hmm. And 4 mobile units under Central. Yeah. Is Shawboro Elementary listed here?
No.
Okay. So at the time, it appears that Shawboro Elementary wasn't built or wasn't included in these calculations. Okay. And in the second page of this letter, can you start here with we encourage the planning board?
Yeah, and actually, if you're reading along, actually, you just focus the third page.
Oh, sorry.
The second full paragraph. Stop me when you turn it up. We encourage the planning board and the board of commissioners to review options relative to the rate of residential development so all county agencies, including the schools, might respond to growth in a timely and positive manner.
Okay, I'll stop you there. Okay. As your understanding, based on the history and the agenda, was this written before the adequate public facilities ordinance was adopted?
I do not know because it's my understanding that the APFO was adopted in 1994. I don't know the chronology.
Okay, we can look at that in a second. If you can skip down to the middle of the paragraph and read, though the long-range.
Though the long-range school facility plan prepared by the Board of Education, I'm editorializing here, so evidently there was one back in the mid-90s, proposed construction of a second school in Moyac Township. Funds for this project were not included on the bond referendum and are not currently anticipated from other revenue sources. Assuming this subdivision received eventual approval, we will find our schools and community in the reactive posture to which we have become accustomed.
Okay. And that refers to the facility plan. Is that the same facility plan you testified to earlier?
It appears to be, yeah.
And I mean, not the same plan, but the same concept of a required plan. Yeah. And that required plan is based on General Statutes 115C 522. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's behind tab 16 in the notebook. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And can you read for me section 115C 522A?
It starts off by saying it shall be the duty of local boards of education to provide classroom facilities adequate to meet the requirements of other statutory references. Local boards of education shall submit their long-range plans for meeting school facility needs to the State Board of Education by January 1st, 1988, and every 5 years thereafter. In developing these plans, local boards of education shall consider the cost and feasibility of renovating old school buildings instead of replacing them.
So that statute encourages not only the 5-year facility plan, but evaluating renovations and expansions that are immediately available.
Correct, all capital needs of the school district.
Okay, and when was this statute, was the statute in place as of 1994, to the best of your knowledge?
The statute was in place in an earlier version, but as far back as 1955.
Okay, and so based on that letter, is it your understanding that there was a facilities plan in place in 1994?
Yes, and I'll remind everyone that according to the current statutory language, the requirement was to start establishing facility master plans in 1988.
And every 5 years thereafter.
And every 5 years thereafter, right.
If we turn earlier in that same packet behind number 18 in the agenda, what's the date on the Currituck County Planning Board minutes there?
That would be September 13th, 1994.
Okay, that's the same date as the letter that we just reviewed.
I believe it is. Yes, it is.
Okay. So at the time the planning board was considering the adequate public facilities ordinance, the county appeared to be following the statute.
It appears, based on those two documents, that they were.
Because the facilities plan was in place.
Right.
Okay. I have no further question for Mr. Wells.
Mr. Wells, just one clarifying question I want to. Earlier you stated that there are ways that the state allows you or allows the school system to be creative to meet capacities. Is that always 100% doable, or is there cases where they've tried everything and they can't meet the capacity, even though they're out there?
Quite candidly, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if it's simply for the asking, or there's I suspect that there's some test of need that the school district has to demonstrate, but I'm by no means an expert at that process.
Okay.
I do have a question on looking at some of these reports from 1994, and it's maybe a question for Dr. Lewis. The capacity for Mayock Elementary School, what's the capacity now for Mayock Elementary School?
Well, if we're going to bring him up, he's going to have to get sworn in again.
Mike was off. I'm just looking at this capacity from what it was, and I know Scarborough has the most students in the elementary schools, and this in 1994, Mayock Elementary School had 715 enrolled in 1994. The kids were coming with the kids smaller back then. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but I mean, if it had 715 in 94, that kindergarten wing wasn't. I'm not sure when that was added. It was there.
It was there, yeah.
How much? I mean, I graduated in 92, so, but I mean, 715, and our number now there is 580 something. So I mean, how did we have 125 more kids there? I mean, and I was reading the thing from Mr. Capps' stuff, and I mean,
people moving out of the county.
Yeah, but I mean,
We also have classroom size mandates now that are
that are different. I mean, I get that, but I mean, like 125 kids.
Well, Carolina Village at that time had 400 and some homes in it. And today, what is it?
It's probably under 100.
100 and between 1 and 2, no more.
It's in the hundreds probably.
And I want to add one thing about the adequate facilities ordinance. When we were developing it, we were giving examples. I think it was up in the Shenandoah Valley where counties experiencing growth have built new schools because of Washington, D.C. moving out. They never opened. At that time, they were sitting empty. And that's why we worked on putting together a plan so that we wouldn't get in a position to where we would have schools 30% capacity.
Well, I think with the mobile units that we have, I don't think we have to worry about that.
Well, we can't add any more to Sharpboro, though. We're at capacity with those.
There's capacity and there's
Here to
space.
Mayock.
There's capacity and there's space.
No.
Right.
Those are two different things.
Did the board have any other questions for Mr. Wells?
I'll just ask one more and then I'll sit down. Mr. Wells, is the word capacity located anywhere in section 6.6 or section 2.4.6?
I do not see it in 6.6.
I'll represent you. It's the same standard as in 2.4.6. But both of those UDO provisions that are enforced by the county focus on ability and they focus on adequate public facilities, correct?
Correct.
And it's your opinion that that is satisfied in this case?
I do.
Thank you. No further questions for this one.
Okay. At this point, I'll go ahead and open the public comment hearing section of this. And everyone has signed up. Was a witness to a witness for the applicant. I don't have anyone else other than the ones I've already spoken. Anybody in the audience that wishes to speak on this matter that hasn't signed up? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment portion of this. And I'm going to go ahead and close the evidentiary stage of this. And ask, I was going to say, and offer, did you have some closing statements? I apologize on that.
Sorry about that. I wasn't trying to interrupt you, just trying to be efficient.
Yep.
I know we've been at this a long time, and we've heard from a lot of folks tonight. But the basic premise here, at this time I'd like to, just to make sure we included all of the exhibits into the record. Can we reopen just to make sure that those are into the record?
Well, I did make a comment to close the evidentiary hearing.
Why don't you go through, just make sure, and if he's already admitted everything, then we don't have to worry about it.
Okay. I would just like to make sure that the report offered by Mr. Wells and all of the attachments thereto, tabs, I think it's 6 through 16, were admitted into evidence 8 through 16 were admitted into evidence in the order that I read them out.
Yes, I believe so. Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we assume that the presentation, staff report, and agenda and their attachments are already in the evidence.
Yes.
In some, like the case before us, we've provided competent materials, substantial evidence on each of the 4 factors. The use permit will not endanger the public health or safety in the expert opinion of Mr. Bissell, as well as Mr. Overcash with respect to traffic, and Mr. Bissell with respect to utilities, law enforcement, and the like. It will not injure the value of adjoining or abutting lands and will be in harmony with the area in which it's located based on the expert testimony of Mr. Howell. A certified North Carolina appraiser, an expert witness who testified about the impact of this development on adjoining and adjacent uses based on the Bolivia example that he used and did his matched pair analysis. He also testified that even though the NAHB report included additional neighborhoods, this is more of a generalized report and wouldn't impact the opinions that he drew on his appraisal impact report in his case that looked specifically at flora. He also offered expert testimony that the uses are in harmony with the surrounding area and pattern of development. And Mr. Bissell gave his expert testimony, and Ms. Glave supported that the use is in conformity with the land use plan or other officially adopted plan, as this board found when they approved the SUP for FOS 1 through 5. With respect to not exceeding the county's ability to provide adequate public facilities, recall that sewer is private in this situation, but Mr. Myers testified that that would not endanger the public health or safety because the permits are performing adequately for the treatment facility, and any collection issues associated with Eagle Creek are separate issues with separate lines. With respect to adequate public facilities of water, sewer, and the like, Mr. Bissell offered his testimony that that's been satisfied and that the county's ability to provide that will not be exceeded by this development. Finally, Mr. Wells testified as the county's ability to provide adequate public schools. And I'd impress upon you that he focused on the data in front of him as the UDO is written. 2.4.6D focuses on the developments will not exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public schools, and that the adequacy is based on state standards. His testimony was uncontroverted, and he gave you 4 different examples in the ways in which the county has the ability to provide for adequate public schools. Now, the fact that the Board of Education may have to take action to make those dreams come into reality, or that those plans be in place, is just a necessary step in making sure that the county and the Board of Education are doing its constitutional duties to provide schools and public schools for the children of North Carolina. We heard from the General Assembly has a statute 115C that requires this facility plan to be in place, not only in 1994 when the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance was enacted, as we saw in the materials and the history that was provided, but every 5 years thereafter. The uncontroverted testimony in this case, and Mr. Lutz's own admissions in the documents that have been admitted into evidence, indicate there's no capital facilities plan. They have the ability to redistrict. They haven't done it. They have the ability to count modular units. They haven't done it. They have the ability to fund and build new schools, and possibly are in the process of that. They are in the process of expanding Moyock Elementary that will be complete in 2023. And what the law says in that case is that looking at the language of that statute, this is not exceeding the county's ability to provide adequate public schools. The county has that ability. They had it back in 1994. They've had it since that time. And the fact that there's not been a capital facilities plan in place and a regimented way in which to plan and provide for these schools is not a basis on which this county, this board, should be able to apply its adequate public facilities ordinance as a weapon, or as a sword in this case, in that it's saying we don't have this ability because we haven't planned for it. We've known about it for over 20 years. We've seen the growth coming, but we haven't done anything. And that of course, relates to the Board of Education, who has also known about the growth, has seen these numbers climbing, has had these committed capacity spreadsheets and worked with the county, but has not planned for the growth to have actual capacity. But the only testimony in this case for Mr. Wells says actual 100% capacity is not your standard. He read the standard from 6.6 and 2.4.6, and that's not what it says. It doesn't say you can't approve a development if it would cause 101%. What it says is this development shouldn't exceed your ability to provide adequate schools based on state standards. And the only person in this room who has said he's qualified to testify about that has said you can operate it over 100% capacity. The fact that it might not be ideal or that folks don't want to do that is understood, but that's a political thing. That is something that the children would experience as they're going through growth. And we understand that's all uncomfortable. Redistricting is an option that people don't want to do. It's painful. But that's not what your statute requires. What your code requires is, will this plan exceed your ability? Our expert has testified that it won't. There's no other competent material and substantial evidence of record. And the feelings and the opinions of this board as to whether that's a good idea are not competent evidence. North Carolina law has held that, and that once that expert opinion has been tendered, the only evidence that's able to rebut that prima facie case is by like kind. No other experts testified on that count. And so as a matter of law, this board is required, if they find that each of these persons were competent, they offered material evidence, and it was substantial evidence on each of these 4 factors, which I've just laid out, to issue the special use permit here tonight. One other case that I think is instructive, that's a little bit different, is that we heard from someone earlier tonight saying, what is the standard of adequacy, and what do we do if the Board of Education hasn't done anything? Well, the court in Rhode Island has considered that, and they have evaluated a case where a a county actually, or a town actually imposed a moratorium and said, we're not going to be able to build because the sewer capacity hasn't been extended. And the court looked at what had happened in that case, and they said, you're asking developers to do this piecemeal. You have no plan in place. You have not funded this. You're trying to put this on the backs of people coming in and developing here, and you're throwing up your hands and saying, there's nothing we can do. We'll just impose a moratorium. Well, they imposed that moratorium and said, we're not going to approve any more development here. The developer appealed that and then sued about over the moratorium. And what the court did is they looked through all of the options that were in place at the time, and they said, quote, the town could, for example, take responsibility for a major overhaul or replacement of the existing system. Rather than have developers work on the sewer line piecemeal, the town could finance a major overhaul through a bond issue, an assessment, or through developer contributions. At the very least, the town could commission a study of its system and receive recommendations as to how to alleviate the problems. It did this in 1978, and nothing ever came of it. All of these possibilities are far less drastic than a moratorium on building and sewer connections. All of them could help improve rather than merely preserve the existing sewer system. And that's the existing facility, the situation that we're faced with here. That court held that there was an illegal taking, that the taking was unconstitutional because the board couldn't deny the permit, throw up its hands, and say, there's nothing we can do about this sewer system. They had tools in place. They simply did not use them. And I'm not here to finger point. I'm not here to drag Mr. Lutz under the bus. What I'm here to do is show you the facts. And the facts are that there's an ability to provide adequate public schools. And the failure of capacity, actual capacity being in place, cannot be laid on this development. It needs to be laid on the tools that are in place today and programmed to be in place to allow the students that are generated from this development to be able to come to school in Currituck County. And you have an expert that says they can do that, and they can do it in adequate public facilities. So like the case in Rhode Island, which was QC Construction v. Gallo, 649 FSF 1331, the court found that it wasn't permissible for the board to just simply hold up construction without having a plan in place. It's even more egregious here where the state statute requires the Board of Education to follow the rules. And I would submit this board does have power to say we're not going to simply say we can't have any tools in place because another function of our county is operating in violation of the law. We need to follow the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance. We've provided competent material and substantial evidence that we've satisfied that, and it is uncontroverted. And thus, by law, we are entitled to the granting of the permit tonight, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay. Well, at this time, I'll close the evidentiary portion of this, so I'll ask the board for a motion for approval or denial.
Mr. Chairman, I like the motion, and I hate doing it. I hate the word. I like the motion that we table this one, too. I mean, because we got hit with a lot of stuff with a bag of bricks from tonight, from everything that we dealt with.
All right, we have a motion to table this to when?
Yeah, you have to pick a date.
You gotta, I mean.
Hold on, look at the calendar.
First, did you want to go back to the first
meeting?
meeting?
It's not the 17th because that's a holiday.
Well,
so.
I mean,
January 3rd is our next meeting.
January 3rd.
Act on the previous one.
All right, I'll make the motion to table it to January 3rd.
And take action. So you're making a motion to take action on this, the fast track at the January 3rd.
Fast track phases 6 through 9 on January 3rd.
January 3rd meeting. That's your motion. I have a motion to have a second on that.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? I'll just make the comment, though, that, I mean, the evidentiary stage is closed, so when we come back, it's just going to be to
take action.
Take action amongst ourselves on this and move forward with it. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussions on this matter? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. All opposed?
No.
Okay, motion passes 5-2 to move this to the January 3rd meeting for decision. All right. Thank you. All right, does the board need a break, or do you want to just keep moving?
Power through it, baby.
Just power through
Power
it?
through, I'm
Okay.
tired.
All right, the next item is new business. Consideration and action on a grant agreement between Currituck County and Corolla Volunteer Fire Department for the purchase of a fire apparatus.
Mr. Chairman, the Fire and Emergency Medical Services Advisory Board recommends that the county provide a grant to Corolla Volunteer Fire Department in the amount of $265,000 to purchase a used 2013 Rosenbauer fire engine or rescue pumper. It would be repaid over a period of 10 years, as set out in the grant agreement, which would be deducted in equal installments from the amount the county allocates to their operating budget for the next 10 years. So it'd be like $26,500 per year. I would note that in Section 6, there should be a correction made, beginning with the grantor's 2021 to 2022 fiscal year budget should be changed to 2022-2023 fiscal year budget. And I think there may have been some conversation before the meeting about whether there needed to be the addition of a requirement for dual titling of the apparatus with the county.
And I did make that comment, since it's going to be funded through county and tax dollars, I made the suggestion that we add the dual title and add this to this agreement. And I asked the board if they're in agreement to that addition.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
I'll second
that we
it.
add that. I'll have a motion and a second. Any other discussions? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
I think we'll be bringing back a budget amendment to the board at your next meeting to
actually pay for it.
For the financial
allocate
side
the
of it.
funds.
Okay.
January 3rd.
Okay.
It'll
Thank
be a busy
you.
meeting.
All right, the next item is the consent agenda.
I have a question
Oh, yes,
before
ma'am.
we
Okay.
do that.
312.
I asked this earlier. On page 301 of the agenda packet, it shows a budget amendment for $1.88 million versus the $940,000 on page 307. And I asked for clarification as to why it was double, but I see that our finance
I
director.
was hoping that Finance Officer Sandra Hill would still be here to be able to explain that
gosh.
accounting methodology.
She's moving it from the school capital reserve.
Here she comes
to
right
school-
here. Okay.
Good timing.
Oh, Lord.
So could you explain these budget amendments and the
What
accounting
page was it?
methodology?
301.
301.
Appears to show that there's twice the amount of money being allocated than actually is being allocated.
The
Trying to make you run.
Here we were. She sprinted in
I had to
here.
leave.
That's okay.
But the accounting for the budget amendments is you have to have a debit and a credit
Debits on the left, credits on the right. I was an accounting major.
Right.
in each fund. So your transfer tax or your school capital reserve is one place, and the other is the construction fund. So it's budgeted in both places. You
So it's not-
transfer out of the construction fund and into the, or out of the reserve fund
Into the construction fund.
and into the construction fund.
So it's not actually debiting 1.88 million. It's
No, it's
still
940,000.
940 from one and then into the other and then out from
Right.
one to the other. Okay.
This
I
is
get
why
it.
she has to
and
make
then
so
the-
much money
The one
to
for the
explain
school
this stuff for us.
addition is
Same
the
thing.
same thing.
Okay.
It's,
All right. And that one's
it's
on.
basically half of it.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other discussions? The consent agenda? All right, ask for a motion for approval.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second, third,
Okay,
fourth.
Commissioner White, a motion for, and then Mr. Beaumont seconded. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Merry Christmas, everyone. Thank you for getting through this meeting here.